What if the fate of the cosmos hinged on a clash between two titans, one representing unyielding might, the other embodying elegant discipline? As dusk falls over a silent universe, an electrifying tension crackles in the air, one that could ignite the spark of creation or lead to destruction beyond imagination. In this celestial theater, Jupiter, the thunderous giant, looms with a resplendent fury, while Saturn, the ringed sorcerer cloaked in mystery, readies its arcane defenses. The stage is set for a confrontation that transcends mere planetary rivalry. It is a struggle for dominion, where power and wisdom collide. Fleeting whispers of ancient prophecies resonate through the void, foretelling a moment when the grand dance of these celestial bodies would spiral into chaos. This is no ordinary encounter. Asteroids tremble in their orbits, while comets streak across the night sky, bearing witness to the brewing storm. Shadows flicker across distant stars, as if the universe itself holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. In the cold expanse of space, two forces, Jupiter's raw strength against Saturn's intricate strategy, prepare for a confrontation that will echo through the ages. Eons of history lie woven in the fabric of their rivalry, igniting curiosity about the very nature of their powers. Jupiter's swirling storms, fierce and relentless, are a testament to its unbridled energy. Yet, Saturn's rings, a mesmerizing spectacle of beauty and complexity, mask a cunning intelligence that has turned the tides of battles in ways Jupiter could never anticipate. Each planet plays its part, with an invisible tension thick enough to slice through with a knife. As they inch closer in their celestial orbits, an unsettling feeling lingers, as if the universe bristles with anticipation. Stars flicker erratically, betraying a sense of unease that ripples across the astral plane. Will Jupiter's brute force prevail, or will Saturn's calculated guile tip the scales? With every rotation, the stakes rise, and the balance of power hangs by a thread. Eclipses loom on the horizon, heralding the possibility of upheaval, while comets careen unpredictably, their paths altered by the gravitational tug-of-war. In moments of eerie stillness, where silence reigns supreme, one can almost hear the cosmic heartbeat quickening. Will heavenly bodies collide, sending shockwaves through the cosmos, or will a dark strategy unfold, weaving a tale of betrayal and resilience? As Jupiter's swirling tempests clash with Saturn's icy precision, the question lingers: which force will emerge victorious in this divine struggle for supremacy? In the theater of the universe, where legends are born and destinies rewritten, the outcome remains shrouded in mystery. A cosmic showdown is imminent, and the echoes of history are poised to reverberate. This is no mere planetary encounter. It is a battle for the ages, one that could alter the very fabric of existence itself. In the hushed shadows of an ancient cosmos, before any light graced the heavens, two mighty forces stirred in the void. They were not yet Jupiter and Saturn. They were the primal whispers of chaos and order, entwined in a dance of creation that would echo through eternity. The universe held its breath, a silence so profound that it seemed to absorb every flicker of possibility. In this abyss, a tempest of elements brewed, a swirling chaos of gases, dust, and unyielding energy, each fragment yearning to forge its identity. From this maelstrom, Jupiter emerged, a titan born of thunder and lightning. His essence was raw and powerful, imbued with the force of storms yet unseen. He was a being of immense gravity, not just in the physical sense, but in the way he would later pull others into his orbit, claiming them as his own. His skin shimmered with the colors of the cosmos, swirling like the very storms that would characterize him. In his eyes, the spark of ambition burned bright, filled with the dreams of dominion and mastery. Simultaneously, Saturn took shape, draped in elegance and mystery. Where Jupiter was a tempest, Saturn was a symphony of rings, each one a delicate dance of ice and rock, glimmering against the backdrop of the infinite night. He exuded a calm strength, a steadfastness that stood in stark contrast to his brother's raging spirit. Yet beneath his serene exterior lay a heart that beat with the rhythms of time itself, an understanding of the universe's delicate balance, a balance that would soon be tested. The birth of these giants was not without its trials. In the darkness, ancient echoes of the past clashed, roiling tensions surfacing as primordial entities fought for dominance. The Titans, those colossal beings of legend, watched from the shadows. They had once ruled, their might untouched. But the chaos of creation threatened their reign, and they would not allow such power to pass so easily to the newborn gods. They were the guardians of the cosmos, their ambitions and grudges woven into the very fabric of existence. As Jupiter gathered strength, he felt a pull towards the Titans, an urge to confront them. Fear was not part of his lexicon. Instead, he felt the thrill of the challenge, the sweetness of battle in his veins. He roared against the darkness, a cry that reverberated through the celestial void, causing echoes that would carve the fate of worlds. The sound was a declaration. He would claim his place among the stars, no matter the cost. Saturn, however, knew the weight of caution. He watched his brother with an understanding beyond mere foresight, realizing that their powers were intertwined, each dependent on the other. As Jupiter sought to unleash his fury, Saturn steadied himself, understanding that wielding power was as much about restraint as it was about strength. He stood firm, his presence a calming force amidst the tempest. Saturn felt the ancient forces gather, and he sensed the impending clash of titans that would decide the fate of their newly formed destinies. The titans, sensing the brewing storm, began to shift. They had seen many a conflict, but the arrival of these two new deities ignited fears they thought long buried. They whispered secrets to the stars, weaving tales of betrayal and loyalty into the celestial tapestry, drawing upon the ancient narratives of fire and ice. The cosmos quaked as they deliberated, plotting their path forward. Their minds crafted schemes, each more insidious than the last, as they considered how best to thwart these powerful newcomers. As the cosmic winds howled, Jupiter's heart raced. He felt the presence of the Titans growing nearer, and with each heartbeat, a fire ignited within him, a desire not just to conquer, but to embody the essence of all that he represented. He surged forth, a comet on a collision course with destiny. Would he rise as the supreme deity, or would the Titans crush his ambition like so many stars in their wake? Saturn, sensing the tension mounting, felt the air grow thick with emotions he could not ignore. He reached out with his mind, feeling the delicate threads connecting him to Jupiter, the bond that ran deeper than blood. His heart ached with the knowledge that the universe was on a precipice, and he could not allow his brother to face the Titans alone. If the Titans fell, would they not also rise again, more vengeful than before? In that moment, a fateful decision flickered in Saturn's mind. He could allow Jupiter to charge ahead, consumed by his fiery ambition, or he could take a stand, risking everything to protect their shared future. Each choice echoed with weighty consequences. The stars seemed to dim momentarily, holding their breath, waiting for the next move in this cosmic chess game. The twins of the cosmos, now firmly on their path, were about to set in motion events that would shape not just their destinies, but the very essence of existence itself. As the Titans stirred in their slumber, Jupiter and Saturn stood poised on the edge of an awakening universe, ready to confront their fate. The clash was inevitable, a confrontation that would resonate through the ages. The Titans would awaken, and with them, the ancient lessons of power and sacrifice. The universe was alive with anticipation, the very fabric of reality quivering with the weight of what was to come. Jupiter and Saturn, two forces of nature, now stood as brothers on opposite sides of a great divide, their paths intertwined yet divergent. The stage was set for an epic confrontation, one that would shake the heavens and echo through the annals of time, heralding a new age of gods, legends, and titanic struggles. With the energy crackling in the air, fate beckoned. The Titans would not rest easily, and the cosmos watched, waiting for the first clash that would ignite the skies. Would Jupiter's unyielding spirit prevail, or would Saturn's wisdom guide him to a different kind of victory? The answers lay hidden among the stars, and as shadows lengthened across the celestial canvas, the birth of the Titans was only just beginning. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over ancient temples, where whispers of the past brushed against the ears of those who dared to listen. Gods walked among mortals in those days, their presence felt in every rustle of leaves and ripple of water. The air carried the scent of incense, blending with the salt of the sea, as two civilizations, one proud and fierce, the other graceful and wise, woven from the same mythic threads, stood at the brink of their own stories. In the pantheon of deities, Zeus thundered from Mount Olympus, his voice a storm that commanded both fear and respect. His piercing gaze could spark lightning, and legends spoke of his countless conquests, both on the battlefield and in the hearts of women. His sister, Hera, regal and formidable, watched over marriage and family with a fierce determination. Yet her heart was often a battlefield of jealousy and betrayal. The stories of their tumultuous relationship echoed through the ages, painting a portrait of love that was as beautiful as it was tragic. Across the sea, in the Roman realm, Jupiter carried the same heavy crown. He was both revered and feared, a god whose will shaped the fate of nations. His temples stood tall, adorned with statues that captured the essence of power, and they beckoned the faithful to offer their prayers and sacrifices. The people believed that to please him was to win favor, that through his mercy, prosperity could flourish. Yet, Jupiter's reign was often shadowed by discord, as he navigated the treacherous waters of politics and human desire. The tension between these two mighty figures, Zeus and Jupiter, mirrored the hearts of their people. The Greeks, with their vibrant tales of fate and hubris, celebrated the spirit of the individual. Heroes like Achilles and Odysseus became symbols of courage and cunning, their stories filled with passion and loss. These myths were not mere stories. They were the lifeblood that coursed through the veins of society, shaping beliefs and morals, breathing spirit into the very fabric of existence. Meanwhile, the Romans, practical and disciplined, sought to infuse their mythology with a sense of order. Mars, the god of war, became a figure of strength and valor, a protector of the state. His thirst for battle resonated deeply with a people forged in conquest. Yet behind the armor was a heart that craved honor and glory, a yearning that could lead to pride and downfall. The clash of ideals between the Greeks and Romans often sparked tension, a drama echoing the divine struggles above. A fierce rivalry brewed not just among the gods but within the hearts of mortals. Venus, the embodiment of love and beauty, danced between realms, captivating both Greek and Roman souls. Her stories were woven with threads of desire that stretched across the ages, enticing everyone from humble shepherds to powerful emperors. Yet even she was not immune to the capriciousness of fate. Her love affairs often led to heart-wrenching tragedies, reminding all that even the most beautiful blossoms could wilt under the weight of sorrow. As twilight fell, the whispers of the past grew louder. The tales of Hades, the dark god of the underworld, sent shivers down the spines of those who spoke his name. In both mythologies, he was a figure of dread, ruling over a realm of shadows. His story was one of loss and longing, a tragic figure who loved Persephone, the goddess of spring. Their tale was one of reunion and separation, echoing the cycles of life and death, a reminder that every joy carries the shadow of grief within it. The emotions entwined like the branches of an ancient tree, stretching toward the heavens and rooting deep into the earth. Each god and goddess represented not just power, but the myriad experiences of the human heart. Athena, the wise warrior, embodied strategic thought and compassion, guiding heroes on their quests. Her wisdom was a beacon, illuminating paths fraught with peril, while her fierce spirit inspired courage in the face of despair. The ancient temples, once vibrant with worship, now stood as relics, crumbling under the weight of time. The echoes of prayers, laughter, and sorrow lingered in the ruins, merging with the cries of pigeons and the rustle of the wind. The stories of the gods and mortals had become etched in stone, yet they lived on, pulsing with the heartbeats of those who remembered. It was not just the gods who shaped history. The mortals who believed in them did as well. Emperors and common folk alike cast their fates with the deities, hoping for blessings or fearing their wrath. The once grand celebrations, filled with music and dancing, reverberated with the thrill of life and the weight of the divine. Every festival, Every sacrifice was an act of devotion, a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. And yet, the fear of the gods hung heavy in the air. The fates, those unseen weavers of destiny, spun their threads with merciless precision. Each life was but a fragile strand, susceptible to the whims of deities who could snuff out a flame or ignite a spark with a mere thought. The stories of hubris and humility intertwined, reminding the faithful that even the mightiest could fall, echoing the eternal struggle between pride and piety. As the night deepened, shadows danced in the flickering light of candles, illuminating the faces of those who gathered to listen to the tales of old. Each story was a potion, intoxicating the soul, stirring emotions that resonated with the very essence of being human. Laughter mingled with tears, as tales of heroism and heartache unfolded, dragging listeners into a world where gods and mortals walked side by side, entwined in an eternal dance of fate. In the distance, the soft sound of a lyre floated through the air, drawing hearts closer. The music wove its spell, a reminder of the connection between man and divine. The gods watched, ever present, their eyes glinting with wisdom and mischief, as the night unfolded new stories waiting to be told. Each moment was a pause before the next great saga began, where the boundaries between the mortal realm and the heavens blurred, allowing the echoes of ancient myths to resonate with every beat of life. In the flickering twilight of ancient Rome, the skies darkened and thunder rumbled, echoing the power of a figure that loomed large in the minds and hearts of the people. Jupiter, the great god, stood as a majestic sentinel over the lives of mortals, wielding authority that demanded respect and reverence. With his thunderbolt clutched tightly in hand, he was not just a deity but the embodiment of order, justice, and the indomitable spirit of the Roman state. His presence was felt in every whispered prayer and in every grand triumph, a constant reminder that the heavens were not distant but intimately intertwined with the human experience. Jupiter was more than a king. He was the very heartbeat of Rome. Each time the wind howled through the Colosseum, it carried with it the murmurs of countless souls who sought his favor. Gladiators, warriors, and common citizens alike turned their gaze skyward, believing that the spark of lightning was a sign, a glimpse into the divine will that shaped their destinies. Every victory in battle, every successful harvest was attributed to his benevolence, while his wrath fell like rain upon those who defied him. The connection between the people and their king was palpable, an emotional tether that bound them to the very fabric of their lives. In the early days, before the grandeur of the empire, Jupiter was worshipped as a storm god, a powerful force of nature. He reigned over the sky, commanding the thunder and the rain. His origins were woven into the stories of creation, where he emerged from chaos to establish order. But as time passed, he evolved into the god of all gods. In this transformation, he became a symbol of strength and authority, a figure who stood tall against the tides of adversity, embodying the virtues of justice and leadership. His eyes, as piercing as the lightning he wielded, seemed to see through the hearts of men, discerning their true intentions. Fleeing from treachery, the fabled story of Jupiter's rise to power is laced with tragedy and resilience. Born to the Titan Cronus, who devoured his own children in fear of being overthrown, Jupiter was hidden away by his mother, Rhea. This act of defiance set the stage for his epic quest to reclaim his birthright. As he grew, so did his resolve. With cunning and courage, he orchestrated the downfall of Cronus, freeing his siblings from the depths of darkness. This was not merely a tale of rebellion. It was a profound awakening of a force that would shape the very essence of divinity. Each struggle carved his identity, fortifying the belief that from chaos emerges strength. His image adorned temples, coinage, and the very walls of Roman life, each representation echoing back to the ideals he encompassed. The majestic temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus stood as a testament to his supremacy, its towering columns a reminder of his unwavering authority. The rituals performed before his statue, sacrifices of animals, the sweet scent of incense wafting through the air, were laden with hope and fear. The people believed that through these offerings, they could appease their king, gaining his favor in a world where fortune could change in an instant. With every flash of lightning, the tension would spike, a collective breath held as they awaited the divine response. In the world where emperors wore laurel crowns and senators whispered in the shadows, Jupiter's role transcended mere mythology. He was the protector of the state, the embodiment of Roman virtues. His power extended beyond the ethereal realm. It seeped into the laws that governed daily life. Justice, a pillar of the empire, was personified in his very being. Yet, with such power came an unyielding expectation. The weight of the crown pressed heavily, and in the silence of the night, one could almost hear Jupiter's thoughts swirl amidst the stars. Was he too distant from the people he governed? Did he truly understand their struggles? As the echoes of his thunder faded, the whispers of doubt began to surface. The people, ever reliant on his might, sometimes felt abandoned in moments of crisis. When droughts lingered or when the enemy breached the borders, fear gripped the hearts of citizens. In those desperate hours, they looked up to the skies with tear-streaked faces and trembling hands, praying for a sign. The thunder would rumble, but the answers were not always clear. What did it mean when the heavens appeared unresponsive? Was Jupiter still their king, or had he turned his gaze elsewhere? The tension of these unanswerable questions festered, igniting a flame of devotion and doubt. Temples filled with sincere prayers turned into sites of intense emotional outpouring, where the faithful would gather to plead for clarity. The atmosphere thickened with hope and despair, as they recounted stories of his past victories, hoping to invoke a return to favor. The very air crackled with anticipation, each moment pregnant with the weight of expectation. On the grand stage of Roman life, Jupiter remained a paradox, an untouchable deity yet intimately tied to the human plight. His mythology was interwoven with the daily experiences of joy, sorrow, and longing. Festivals erupted in his honor, filled with laughter and music, but even amidst the merriment, shadows loomed. The thought that the king of the gods held their fates in his hands was both exhilarating and terrifying. Every crack of thunder was not merely a natural phenomenon. It was a pulse, a heartbeat echoing the complexities of existence itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow upon the city, the twilight became a canvas of stories waiting to be told. Each flicker of candlelight in the temples beckoned the faithful, urging them closer to the mysteries that Jupiter held. In the distance, the rumble of drums began, heralding the start of yet another festival dedicated to the king of the gods. The air buzzed with anticipation as mortals gathered, their spirits soaring with the promise of connection to something greater than themselves. And in that moment, beneath the vastness of the night sky, with hearts intertwined in a shared yearning, they awaited the response of Jupiter, eager for the reaffirmation of their faith. Would he answer their calls? Would the thunder crack once more, and would they feel the warmth of his approval? Or were they destined to wander in uncertainty, forever searching for the meaning wrapped in his celestial embrace? The stage was set, and the night was alive with possibility. The story of Jupiter continuing to unfold, a powerful force binding gods and mortals alike in an eternal dance of reverence and fear. A cold breeze whispered through the ancient olive trees, stirring the leaves with a gentle rustle reminiscent of hushed conversations from a long-lost time. Under the shadow of these majestic giants, the figure of Saturn loomed larger than life, a stoic presence, evoking both reverence and fear. He stood as the embodiment of time itself, the keeper of cycles, of seasons, and of harvests. Saturn, the god with a sickle in one hand, represented the inevitable passage of time and the labor of the earth. Time to Saturn was not merely a measurement. It was a living entity, an ever-flowing river that shaped all existence. As he surveyed the fields below him, golden grains swayed like a sea under the sun's gaze. Each ear of wheat held not just the promise of sustenance but also the whispers of generations who toiled under the weight of his watchful eye. The laughter of children mingled with the sighs of the weary, a poignant reminder of Saturn's duality, both a nurturing father and a stern taskmaster. In ancient Rome, the festival of Saturnalia unfolded with unrestrained joy, a time when the world turned upside down, a brief moment when the common folk could become kings and kings jesters. Streets filled with laughter and music, masks adorned faces, and merriment drowned out the mundane. But beneath the surface of celebration lay a truth that pierced the heart. Saturn's reign was not simply one of gluttony and revelry. The revelers acknowledged that without labor, without sacrifice, the bountiful earth would lay bare, harsh and unforgiving. The joy of the festival was a tribute to the hard work that came before it, a reminder that every harvest required its due diligence. The sickle, held tightly in Saturn's grasp, was not just a tool for harvest but a symbol of mortality. It reminded the people that time was fleeting, that each growing season must eventually yield to the winter's chill. Every crop harvested invited reflection on what was gained and what was lost. The threads of life were woven together with the inevitability of death. In this cycle, there was beauty and sorrow intertwined like a bittersweet melody. Saturn's legacy extended beyond the fields. He was also a guardian of the mysteries that lay hidden within the folds of time. The ancients believed that he could grant wisdom to those who sought it. The wise ones would often meditate in the quiet shade of the olive groves, hoping to catch a glimpse of Saturn's wisdom. They sought to understand the deeper meanings of life, time, and the relationships that bound them to one another. It was in these moments of solitude that Saturn became more than a god. He was a confidant, a source of strength that transcended the mundane. The stories told around flickering fires revealed a darker side, a tale of Saturn's insatiable hunger for power. Long ago, he had devoured his own children, fearing they would overthrow him. This act was steeped in tragedy, a vivid reminder that even the most powerful could succumb to their deepest fears. Those tales echoed through generations, a cautionary whisper of the dangers of ambition and the sacrifices made in the name of legacy. In the eyes of those who listened, fear mingled with awe, for Saturn was a living paradox, both protector and predator. The people, bound by the rhythm of the seasons, carved his image into their homes, their pottery, their very lives. Even the simple act of planting a seed became a sacred ritual. As they knelt in the earth, hands deep in the soil, they felt Saturn's presence envelop them. It was as if he breathed life into the seeds, urging them to break through the surface and reach for the sun. They prayed for bountiful harvests, laying offerings at his feet in gratitude and fear, a fine balance between reverence and desperation. Yet, in the stillness of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched long across the fields, a palpable tension hung in the air. Saturn, while a figure of abundance, also governed the passage of time with unwavering authority. The moments of joy were fleeting, like grains of sand slipping through fingers. With each sunset, the inevitability of dusk reminded the people of the fleeting nature of their own lives. Laughter would soon give way to sorrow, and joy would be replaced by longing. A dance of emotions that left the heart aching for something just beyond reach. As the seasons shifted and the moon waxed and waned, the mysteries of Saturn continued to unfold. Farmers gathered in hushed meetings, sharing tales of strange omens, a crop that refused to grow, animals that acted out of character. They interpreted these signs as messages from Saturn, warnings that something was amiss in the balance of time and nature. The air would thrum with a collective anxiety, a silent understanding that, while Saturn was a provider, he was also a force to be reckoned with. To neglect the earth was to invite his wrath, a chilling reminder of the price of neglect. In the bustling marketplace, whispers of Saturn's influence echoed through the streets. Merchants spoke of the fickle nature of fortune, of how the wheel of time could turn in an instant. A bountiful season could quickly follow a year of drought, and those who failed to honor the cycles of nature found themselves at the mercy of the gods. Fear and hope danced hand in hand as the people navigated their lives, each moment steeped in the knowledge that Saturn watched over them, a constant presence in their joys and sorrows. And so, the tale of Saturn continued, a never-ending saga that wove through the tapestry of time. Each story layered upon the last, creating a rich history that would echo through the ages. The figure of Saturn, with his sickle and solemn gaze, remained a symbol of all that was sacred and feared. Time, the relentless river, flowed onward, carrying with it the dreams, the aspirations, and the haunting shadows of those who dared to dream. In the quiet of a star-drenched night, when the air crackles with the weight of unspoken mysteries, a flicker of light streaks across the sky, igniting a sense of wonder that has echoed through the ages. As ancient as time itself, the dance of celestial bodies above has inspired countless souls to ponder their place in an intricate tapestry woven by forces far greater than themselves. This is the essence of the cosmic order, a reflection of the divine hierarchy that governs not only the universe but the very essence of existence. From the earliest civilizations, humans gazed upward, their eyes filled with awe. The Sumerians looked to the heavens and named their gods, each one embodying a facet of the natural world. Anu, the sky god; Enlil, the god of wind and storms; and Inanna, the goddess of love and war. These celestial beings were not distant. They were intimately connected to the lives of the people below, etching their will into the fabric of everyday life. The Sumerians believed that their fate rested in the hands of these divine entities, each one sitting on a throne of stars, casting their influence over the earthly realm. Traveling eastward, one stumbles upon the ancient teachings of Hinduism, where the cosmos is not just a physical space but a living entity, governed by an intricate hierarchy. Here, Brahma, the creator, sits at the pinnacle, while Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer, dance in an eternal cycle. The cosmos mirrors a grand play, where each deity represents a necessary aspect of existence, reminding humanity that creation, preservation, and destruction are all part of the same divine rhythm. The Vedas resonate with the sound of this cosmic music, inviting seekers to understand their role within this vast, interconnected web. As empires rose and fell, the Greeks, with their pantheon of gods lounging on Mount Olympus, mirrored this celestial structure. Zeus, the king of the gods, wielded thunderbolts, while Athena offered wisdom and Poseidon commanded the seas. The Greeks imbued their deities with human traits, revealing a divine hierarchy that was as complex as the society they inhabited. Their stories illustrated the fragility of humanity against cosmic forces, a reminder that while mortals may dream of greatness, the gods ultimately held dominion over fate. The Greeks understood that their lives were intertwined with the divine, and each sacrifice made at the altar was a thread woven into the larger cosmic design. In the far reaches of the earth, indigenous cultures celebrated their connection to the divine in ways that transcended written language. The Native American belief in the Great Spirit emphasized a profound respect for nature, a recognition that every element, from the smallest pebble to the vast sky, played a role in the cosmic order. The Great Spirit was not a distant deity. It was a presence felt in the rustling leaves and the songs of the rivers. In this worldview, there was no separation between the divine and the mundane. The hierarchy was fluid, with ancestors, animals, and the earth itself holding sacred place within the grand scheme of existence. As centuries passed, a new understanding emerged from the philosophical corridors of the Middle Ages. The Christian doctrine introduced a hierarchical structure that was both comforting and perplexing. God as the ultimate creator stood above all, while angels and saints formed a celestial court, each assigned their roles within the divine order. The belief in a structured universe, where every soul was destined for judgment, sparked a fervor of devotion and fear. The rich tapestry of morality, woven from scripture and tradition, painted a picture of a universe where every action echoed in eternity, binding humanity to the divine in an unbreakable chain of consequence. Then came the Renaissance, a rebirth of thought and creativity that sought to reconcile the spiritual with the empirical. As scholars dusted off ancient texts and questioned established beliefs, the cosmic order began to shift. Copernicus's heliocentric model startled the world, challenging the long-held notion of an Earth-centered universe. The divine hierarchy was no longer confined to ancient dogmas. It was reimagined within the context of exploration and innovation, opening doors to a universe filled with endless possibilities. Scientists and philosophers, with their telescopes and quill pens, began to perceive a cosmos governed by natural laws, where the divine was as much in the stars as it was in the soul. In this ever-evolving narrative, the cosmic order remains an exploration of the divine hierarchy that governs all existence. Each civilization, each belief system, adds layers to the understanding of our place in the universe. Questions linger in the air like the scent of blooming flowers, a longing for connection, a search for meaning. How do these ancient teachings resonate in the hearts of those who wander through life? Are we mere puppets in a grand play, or do we hold the power to influence the cosmic dance? The echoes of history remind us that the divine hierarchy is not a static structure but a living, breathing entity, continually shaped by humanity's quest for knowledge and understanding. It is a reflection of dreams and fears, an intricate web that binds us to one another and to the cosmos itself. As the stars twinkle above, a profound realization settles in the soul. There is a cosmic order that transcends time and space, whispering ancient truths into the hearts of those willing to listen. In this vast expanse, the lines between mortal and divine blur, and the question lingers, what role do we play in this grand design? The cosmic dance continues, inviting each generation to redefine its place among the divine. As the wheel of time turns, the story unfolds, beckoning those who dare to seek understanding amidst the mysteries of the universe. The cosmic order is but a chapter in an ever-expanding narrative, where the wonder of existence intertwines with the quest for meaning, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and possibility. In the twilight of ancient Rome, the air crackled with the anticipation of battle, the clamor of armor clinking, the thud of boots on the ground, and the roar of a crowd filled the streets as warriors prepared for glory. At the center of it all stood Jupiter, towering like a mountain, his presence commanding respect and reverence. Clad in shining armor that reflected the fading sunlight, he wielded a thunderbolt that flickered with the promise of divine power. His piercing gaze settled upon his people, filling them with courage and resolve. He was not merely a god. He was their protector, their warrior, the very essence of strength and justice. In moments of peril, when the skies darkened and thunder rumbled ominously, it was Jupiter's voice that echoed through the heavens, drowning out fear and doubt. The Romans believed he watched over them, guiding their fates with a firm but benevolent hand. They called upon him in their most desperate times, whispering prayers and sacrifices, hoping that his mighty strength would shield them from their enemies. He embodied the spirit of Rome's indomitable will, a beacon of hope in times of despair. The stories of Jupiter's valor were etched into the very fabric of Roman culture. Tales of his heroic feats were recounted around fires, drawing gasps of awe from those who listened. One such tale spoke of the Titan Cronus, who threatened the world itself. As darkness loomed, Jupiter rose from the ashes of his past. He fought valiantly, rallying the gods to stand alongside him, and with each clash of their powers, the earth shook. His thunderbolt, a symbol of divine might, cut through the chaos, restoring order and light. The once chaotic heavens now shone with hope, and the frightened mortals below cheered in unison, for they knew their champion had prevailed. In the quiet moments, when the clangor of battle faded, Jupiter was a figure of wisdom. He presided over the Senate, listening to the voices of the people. The burdens of leadership weighed heavily upon him, but he bore them with grace. Often, he pondered the path of justice, knowing that every decision rippled through the lives of those he protected. His thoughts wandered to the farmers tilling the soil, the children playing in the streets, and the soldiers who bravely marched to defend their homeland. Each life mattered to him, a thread in the grand tapestry of Rome, and he felt responsible for ensuring their safety. As images of courage and sacrifice filled his mind, Jupiter felt the weight of destiny pressing upon him. He understood that his role was not merely to fight but to inspire. He was the embodiment of ideals, the protector of the weak, the voice of the oppressed, the champion of justice. When conflict arose, he stood steadfast, his heart a fortress against despair. The Romans revered him not just for his strength, but for his unwavering commitment to their well-being. They knew that when they looked to the sky, they were not alone. Their protector watched over them, ever vigilant. In the midst of war, the cries of the wounded and the clash of swords stirred something deep within him. Jupiter felt their pain as if it were his own. The battlefield was a tempest, wild and unpredictable, yet he remained unyielding. His presence ignited a fire in the hearts of soldiers, turning fear into courage. As they raised their weapons, they felt the divine spark of his essence coursing through their veins, urging them forward. They charged into the fray, emboldened by the knowledge that their God fought alongside them, a tangible force in the chaos of war. Each skirmish became a testament to his might. The Romans recounted tales of how he split mountains with his lightning, how storms obeyed his commands, and how he could freeze time with a mere thought. His power was a double-edged sword, a gift and a burden. Even in triumph, he knew that every victory came at a cost. As he surveyed the battlefield, he saw both triumph and sorrow etched into the faces of his warriors. For every glory, there was a sacrifice, a reminder that the path of a protector was fraught with heartache. Yet he pressed on, determined to shield his people from harm. Among the many legends, the tale of the Sabine women stood out, a story of abduction turned to unity. Jupiter watched as his people, in their fervor for growth, crossed a line that stirred unrest among the gods. Yet, in the chaos, he saw an opportunity for peace. In his infinite wisdom, he intervened, persuading the warring factions to recognize their shared humanity. The resulting harmony was a testament to his role as a guardian not only of Rome but of its very soul. His influence extended beyond mere strength. It transformed hearts, forging a community that thrived amid turmoil. As time rolled on, the worship of Jupiter spread across the empire, his temples becoming sanctuaries for the weary and the lost. Citizens would come bearing offerings, their hearts filled with hope, seeking his favor for their endeavors. He was invoked in ceremonies, celebrated in festivals, and revered in every corner of the Roman world. His image adorned coins, his statues towered in public squares, and his name was whispered in prayers, a constant reminder of his unwavering protection. But shadows loomed on the horizon, as whispers of discontent grew. The once unbreakable bond between Jupiter and his people began to tremble under the weight of doubt. As rival gods emerged, claiming their dominion, the very essence of Jupiter as protector and warrior faced a test unlike any before. Would his strength be enough to quell the rising tides of chaos? Would he remain the guardian of Rome as the world around him shifted and changed? In the depths of this uncertainty, the stakes rose higher. Jupiter felt the pressure of the ages upon him, the hopes of a civilization resting precariously on his shoulders. He would need to rally once more, to remind the people of their shared purpose, of the strength that lay within unity. The thunder began to rumble in the distance, a harbinger of both conflict and resolution, a reminder that even the mightiest protector could be tested, and that true strength often lay in the heart of a warrior willing to fight again for what was right. In the flickering light of ancient Rome, shadows danced against the marble columns, whispering tales of gods and men. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very world held its breath, waiting for the arrival of a figure cloaked in both wisdom and mystery. Saturn, the great god of agriculture and wealth, stood at the crossroads of time, both feared and revered. His presence loomed large, embodying the paradox of creation and destruction, of freedom and constraint. A figure whose very essence was woven into the fabric of Roman society. Saturn was not merely a deity but a teacher, a reformer who beckoned the faithful to reflect on their lives. As the people of Rome gathered to celebrate the festival of Saturnalia, a sense of giddy excitement hung in the air. The atmosphere brimmed with joy, laughter echoing through the streets. Masks were donned, and roles were reversed. Slaves became masters, and masters became slaves, all in honor of Saturn's legacy. It was a time of liberation, a time to let go of the heavy burdens of life. Yet beneath the revelry lay the deeper lessons Saturn had imparted, lessons that rang true through the ages. Saturn, known to the Greeks as Cronus, was often depicted as a stern figure, his face etched with both sorrow and determination. He had once been a ruler, the father of the gods, who had devoured his own children in a frantic attempt to maintain power. Yet it was this tragic flaw that shaped his role as a teacher. In the aftermath of his turbulent reign, Saturn became a figure of reform. He cast aside his past, transforming into a symbol of renewal and growth. In the fields he once dominated, he now nurtured, teaching humanity the importance of patience and resilience. As the festival unfolded, the stories of old came alive. The peasants, captivated by tales of Saturn's golden age, shared whispers of a time when the earth was bountiful, and men lived in harmony with nature. This was not merely a myth. It was a powerful reminder of what could be achieved when they embraced Saturn's teachings. The warmth of the sun, the richness of the soil, and the bond between community flourished under his watchful gaze. The people found solace in his lessons, a promise that hard work and unity could yield a harvest far greater than gold. But amidst the laughter, a shadow loomed, echoing Saturn's darker past. There was a palpable tension in the air, a reminder that every lesson came at a cost. As the festival progressed, the flickering of the torches illuminated faces filled with both joy and fear. The balance of power was fragile, and the people knew that to disregard Saturn's teachings would lead them down a path of chaos and despair. The very cycles of life, sowing, reaping, resting, were intertwined with his essence. Within the laughter, they understood that the lessons of the past were alive, waiting to be heeded. Saturn's influence reached far beyond the fields. He was the guardian of time, a custodian of fate. The very rhythms of the cosmos echoed his teachings, the slow turn of the seasons mirroring the cycles of human existence. As the people reveled, they felt the weight of time on their shoulders, a reminder that life was fleeting. In their hearts, they carried the hope of a brighter future, one that could only be harvested through understanding Saturn's lessons on sacrifice and humility. In the silence that followed the festivities, a hushed reverence descended. The people, their hearts still racing from the revelry, found moments of reflection. Saturn's essence seeped into their very souls, urging them to remember the importance of community, the necessity of giving, and the power of selflessness. They were reminded that true wealth lay not in material possessions but in the bonds they forged with one another. The whispers of Saturn's teachings filled the air, weaving through the minds of the young and old alike. Yet, as the night deepened, so did the reflections of those gathered. The weight of their choices hung heavily in the air, a reminder of Saturn's own journey from tyrant to teacher. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like memories, each one a testament to the trials they faced. Empowered by Saturn's reformation, individuals began to rise, their spirits ignited by the knowledge that change was possible. They began to share stories of their struggles and dreams, realizing that every heart bore the capacity for transformation, much like their god. As the festival of Saturnalia reached its climax, the people united, their voices intertwining in a chorus of hope. They sang songs that echoed through the ages, tales of redemption and the power of second chances. In their songs, they honored the lessons of Saturn, a reminder that every ending birthed a new beginning. The deep-rooted connections forged that night rippled through the fabric of their society, intertwining destinies and shaping a future steeped in the wisdom of the past. With dawn approaching, a bittersweet feeling washed over the gathered crowd. The laughter would soon fade, and the roles would revert to their rightful places. But the lessons of Saturn remained, etched in their hearts, like the enduring stone of their city. They walked away with an unspoken pact to carry forth the teachings of the great reformer. The air buzzed with the promise of a new day, as the light broke through the horizon, illuminating a world forever changed by the presence of Saturn. Yet, as they returned to their lives, the echoes of Saturn's teachings lingered. The reformer and teacher had not just imparted wisdom. He had ignited a flame that would flicker and spark through generations. The community, woven together by shared experience, felt a deep sense of connection, as if Saturn himself walked amongst them, guiding their steps. And in the distance, the promise of a new chapter loomed, beckoning them toward the unknown, where the lessons of the past would intertwine with the dreams of the future. In the stillness of the night, a single bolt of lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the vast expanse of the Roman landscape. Thunder rumbled low, echoing like the heartbeat of the gods above. It was a reminder of Jupiter's presence, a lingering promise of power, strength, and justice that governed the lives of mortals and deities alike. Each flicker of light seemed to whisper secrets of ancient authority, tales of invincible might, and the profound weight of divine justice. Long before modernity dulled the senses, the people of Rome looked to the heavens for answers. They whispered Jupiter's name with reverence, invoking his formidable power to protect them from chaos. In their minds, he was not merely a god but the very embodiment of strength, a towering figure whose very existence shaped the fabric of their lives. He was the king of gods, whose divine will could change the course of history with a single decree, a single flash of his mighty hand. As the sun set behind the Palatine Hill, casting long shadows over the ancient city, the citizens gathered in the forum, their hearts pounding with fear and anticipation. What would Jupiter decide? They had sacrificed to him, offering grains and livestock, hoping that their piety would evoke his favor. The echoes of prayers hung thick in the air, intertwining with the scent of incense that curled upward towards the heavens. Each flicker of the flame was a plea, a longing for justice in a world often marred by tyranny and strife. The weight of their hopes rested upon Jupiter's shoulders. In the coolness of dusk, Jupiter stood atop the Mount Olympus, surveying the vastness of the world below. Thunder rolled as he clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of humanity's pleas resonate through the fabric of existence. His eyes sparkled like stars, each twinkle reflecting the countless lives he touched. Kings who sought his counsel, warriors who called upon his strength in battle, and common folk who begged for protection from the storms of life. Jupiter's strength was not merely physical. It was an unyielding force, a tidal wave that could sweep away injustice and restore balance. With a single flick of his wrist, he could summon storms that would strike down those who abused their power, those who oppressed the weak. Stories were told of his wrath. Tales of cities turned to stone, of tyrants reduced to dust. The fear and awe he inspired were as potent as the lightning he commanded, each bolt a reminder of his role as the ultimate arbiter of fate. Across the expanse of the Roman Empire, tales emerged of Jupiter's interventions, whispered from one generation to the next. In the shadows of the Colosseum, gladiators steeled themselves for their battles, murmuring prayers to Jupiter before entering the arena, drawing upon his strength. They knew all too well that beyond the clash of swords and the roar of the crowd lay a deeper battle, a struggle for honor, for glory, for a place in the annals of history. It was Jupiter's favor they sought, that divine endorsement that would elevate them beyond mere mortals. Justice, too, was woven intricately into Jupiter's essence. To the Romans, he was not just a spectator of humanity's trials. He was a vigilant guardian who upheld the scales of fairness. In his eyes, the scales were balanced, a delicate equilibrium that demanded accountability from both the lowliest peasant and the mightiest emperor. When wrongs were committed, he would unleash the power of retribution, a blast that would shake the earth, forcing the unjust to reckon with their actions. The tales of those who defied his will and met their end in thunderous retribution served as chilling reminders that no one was beyond the reach of his judgment. As the night wore on, fear turned to reverence, and reverence to awe. The citizens gathered around the temple of Jupiter, their hearts echoing with the rhythm of ancient chants that filled the air. Each syllable was a brushstroke against the canvas of their hopes, painting a picture of strength and justice in the face of adversity. They knew that in Jupiter's hands lay the power to mold their destinies, to shield them from despair, and to inspire greatness among them. In the muted corners of the temple, priests adorned in flowing robes prepared for the evening's rituals. The flickering oil lamps illuminated their solemn faces as they whispered incantations, casting their hopes skyward. With every word, they beckoned Jupiter closer, urging him to listen to the plight of his people, to remember the promises he had made to safeguard the innocent and punish the wicked. The air thickened with anticipation, each moment stretching into eternity as the crowd held its collective breath, a living testament to their unwavering faith in his divine attributes. But amidst the fervor, a shadow loomed. Whispers of dissent stirred within the crowd. Some dared to question the fairness of Jupiter's might. Why did the innocent suffer while the corrupt thrived? Each unanswered prayer left a crack in their faith, a chink in the armor of belief that had shielded them from despair. Murmurs transformed into a cacophony of doubt, challenging the very foundation of their trust in the god who wielded the storms. Jupiter, feeling the tremors of unrest, narrowed his gaze upon the earthly turmoil. His heart, a tempest of emotions, conflicted between the desire for justice and the understanding of the fragile nature of humanity. For every act of strength, there was vulnerability, and for every display of power, there were consequences. The wind howled as he wrestled with the weight of his divine attributes, knowing that even he could not shield the world from its own choices. As the storm clouds gathered, rumbling ominously, the citizens below began to tremble. They sensed the change in the air, aware that Jupiter's strength was both a gift and a curse. They stood at the precipice, caught between faith and doubt, their hearts racing in the throes of uncertainty. Would he unleash his wrath upon those who had strayed from righteousness? Or would he extend a hand to guide them back to the path of justice? With each heartbeat, the tension grew thicker, crackling like the air before a storm. Jupiter, caught in the throes of divine struggle, prepared to respond. The choice lay before him, an ancient dilemma that would echo through the ages. Would he embrace the tempest, embodying the fearsome power that defined him, or would he choose the path of benevolence, wielding justice tempered with mercy? The world held its breath, waiting for the answer to unfold, the very fabric of fate hanging in the balance. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the ancient ruins, where whispers of history lingered like shadows. In that twilight hour, Saturn seemed to rise with an air of mystery, its rings spinning tales of resilience, reflection, and harvest. Each grain of dust in the ruins bore witness to lives long gone, yet the essence of those who walked before remained palpable. They had faced adversities, just like the planet named after the god of time and agriculture, who bore the weight of his struggles with an enduring spirit. Once revered in Roman times, Saturn was more than just a celestial body. He symbolized survival amid chaos. The Saturnalia festival, held in his honor, transformed the rigid hierarchy of Roman society into a carnival of freedom. For a brief moment, masters and servants exchanged roles, laughter echoing through the streets as the people celebrated abundance, unfurling the shackles of their daily grind. There was something magical about that time, a yearning for connection. As they feasted beneath the stars, their faces lit with joy. But behind those smiles lay stories of hardship, of seasons spent toiling in fields that sometimes yielded little. Resilience spoke through the tales of farmers who dedicated their lives to the land, mirroring Saturn's own perseverance in the face of adversity. The myth of Saturn, once a powerful titan, stripped of his rule and cast into the void, resonated with the struggles of countless souls who fought to reclaim their purpose. He became a symbol of hope, an echo in the hearts of those who felt lost, reminding them that even in the harshest winters, spring would come again. His story of exile and eventual return offered a flicker of light in the darkest of times. In a nearby village, generations had gathered to share stories around a crackling fire after a long day in the fields. The elder spoke of Saturn with reverence, his voice low and rich, wrapping around the listeners like a warm blanket. Each story was laced with the pain of lost crops and famine, yet also illuminated the joy found in the smallest harvests. "There's beauty in the struggle," he would say, glancing up at the night sky, where Saturn glimmered like a beacon, a reminder that every hardship bore fruit. The laughter of children danced in the air, vibrant against the backdrop of old tales, revealing a cycle of growth that wove through their lives. Reflection lay heavy on their hearts, especially as the sun dipped below the horizon. It was a time to ponder the past, as Saturn's rings circled above, a cosmic reminder of the passage of time. The villagers often spoke of how the planet's phases mirrored their own cycles of life, birth, growth, decay, and renewal. They found comfort in knowing that nothing was permanent. Change was the only constant. It was this understanding that allowed them to weather the storms of life. Each setback was a lesson, every loss an opportunity to reflect and grow stronger. One evening, a fierce storm swept through the region, battering homes and fields alike. Fear gripped the villagers as they huddled together, praying for the dawn to bring relief. But when the storm finally subsided, They emerged to find their crops battered and their hopes diminished. Yet, amid the debris, new sprouts began to push through the soil, defying the odds. The villagers gathered once more, sharing their grief and their gratitude. It was a moment of profound reflection, a testament to resilience that echoed through the ages. They sang songs to Saturn, their voices trembling with emotion, honoring the harvest that would come again, even after the fiercest storms. As they celebrated, the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain, a bittersweet perfume that signaled both loss and promise. Each moment felt like a heartbeat, pulsating with the weight of history, filled with the lives of those who had come before and the legacy they would leave behind. This connection to the past, stitched together with threads of resilience and reflection, was their lifeblood. But that night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a black velvet sky, a whisper of change began to stir, weaving through the fabric of their lives. A newcomer arrived, a traveler lost in the folds of time, bringing news from distant lands, of other struggles, other harvests. His stories captivated the villagers, drawing them into the web of shared experience. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of belonging, united by the universal themes of struggle and triumph. Each tale mirrored the essence of Saturn, a potent reminder of their own journeys intertwined with those of others across the globe. As the night wore on, the flickering fire cast shadows that danced along the walls of their minds. They closed their eyes, allowing the stories to wash over them like waves, each one a reminder of the enduring human spirit. The travelers spoke of ancient rituals and the cyclical nature of life, sowing seeds of reflection in their hearts. They remembered their own rituals, the customs passed down from generation to generation, each one a tribute to the labor of love that defined their existence. In those moments, Saturn's contrasting attributes began to weave a rich tapestry, alive with emotion and tension. The villagers felt an unbreakable bond that transcended time and space, stitched together by shared struggles and collective hopes. Each heartbeat echoed with the resilience that flowed through them, a reflection of the strength they drew from one another. And just as the first hints of dawn began to break, splashes of pink and gold sweeping across the sky, a new season beckoned, a season ripe with promise, where the echoes of the past met the whispers of the future. The villagers stood together, looking toward the horizon, their hearts beating in unison. Saturn hung above them, a cosmic guardian, shining brightly, inviting them to step into the unknown, where the next chapter awaited with open arms. In the dim twilight of ancient Greece, a thunderous roar echoed across the mountains. The earth trembled as the sky darkened, heavy with the weight of impending chaos. The gods watched from their lofty thrones on Olympus, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement for what was to come. This was a time when titans ruled the cosmos, giants of immeasurable strength and power, but a storm brewed, a storm that would change everything. The Titanomachy, the legendary war between the Titans and the Olympians, was on the cusp of erupting. The Titans, led by the formidable Cronus, had once reigned supreme, their might unchallenged. But Cronus, fearful of a prophecy that foretold his own downfall at the hands of his children, had devoured his offspring at birth, hoping to thwart fate itself. The whispers of rebellion stirred in the shadows as Rhea, his wife, mourned the loss of her children, the very future that could challenge Cronus's cruel grip on the universe. Amidst these dark times, a spark of hope flickered. Rhea managed to save her youngest son, Zeus, hiding him away on the island of Crete. As Zeus grew, he gathered strength and wisdom, nurtured by the nurturing hands of the divine. The boy was destined for greatness, the very embodiment of the rebellion that would rise against his father. It was a divine irony that the very child Cronus feared would become his greatest adversary. The air buzzed with tension when Zeus, now a young man with the fire of determination in his eyes, finally emerged from his hiding place. He gathered his siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, who had been trapped in the belly of Cronus all this time. Each sibling emerged from the dark depths, reborn and fierce, ready to reclaim their birthright. The moment was electric, filled with the kind of raw emotion that could shatter mountains. Together, they formed a bond forged in the fires of injustice, their limbs crackling with the power of the storm brewing outside. But the path to liberation was not easy. The Titans, with their immense strength, were already prepared for war. They gathered their forces, terrifying and ancient beings, some capable of bending the very fabric of nature. Atlas, the mightiest Titan, stood tall, his muscles like mountains, a grim reminder of the Titan's indomitable will. The battle lines were drawn, and yet a shadow of doubt lingered in Zeus's heart. Would he, a mere child of fate, be strong enough to challenge the might of his father and the Titans? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battle commenced. The clash of swords and the screams of warriors filled the air. Zeus wielded his lightning bolts, a gift from the Cyclopes who had seen the flicker of his potential. The sky erupted in dazzling displays of power, sparks flying as Titans and Olympians collided with the force of 1,000 storms. Each bolt of lightning that struck was a reminder of the fierce hope they carried, igniting courage in the hearts of the Olympians. The battlefield transformed into a cacophony of clashing wills. Hades, with his spectral army from the underworld, fought fiercely, while Poseidon summoned the oceans themselves, waves crashing against Titan strongholds. It was chaos, raw and unfiltered. Yet amidst the din stood Zeus, the embodiment of hope, leading his siblings into the fray. The very fabric of existence trembled as the forces of darkness battled against the light of rebellion. But in the heart of the tempest, Cronus remained unyielding. With each strike of Zeus's lightning, he countered with the ferocity of a father defending his throne. Their eyes locked in an eternal struggle, one filled with love once but now consumed by betrayal. The ground beneath them split asunder, tears of the earth bleeding into the war, celebrating the righteous clash of father against son. Every blow exchanged felt like a heartbeat, the rhythm of a universe teetering on the brink of transformation. The Titans fought valiantly, but as the battle raged on, cracks began to emerge in their defenses. The tides were turning. With every Titan that fell, a story was written in the dust and blood, a story of sacrifice and resilience. There was a moment when the battle seemed to pause, an exquisite heartbeat in time where the warriors stood still, absorbing the gravity of their fight. In that moment, Zeus took a deep breath, the weight of destiny resting on his shoulders. He envisioned the world he longed to create, one free from tyranny, where hope could flourish once again. As the war raged fiercely, the Olympians began to rally, their spirits lifted by the realization that they were not merely fighting for their lives but for the very soul of the universe. The clashing of weapons and the roar of the Titans mingled with the cries of the fallen, a haunting symphony that reverberated through the ages. In that moment, a bolt of inspiration struck Zeus like one of the very lightning bolts he wielded. He called upon the Cyclopes once more, his voice rising above the chaos, rallying his forces with a call that ignited the flames of rebellion in every heart present. With renewed vigor, the Olympians surged forward, pushing against the Titans with a strength they had never known. It was a brutal dance of war, filled with blood and glory, each moment teetering between hope and despair. The ground shook as heroes were forged in the fire of battle, and the skies above bore witness to a struggle that would echo through eternity. At the climax of the Titanomachy, a moment crystallized in time, a moment of conflict but also of unity, when the once divided siblings stood shoulder to shoulder, their determination lighting the darkened skies. This was no longer a fight for survival, it was a fight for freedom. Zeus raised his lightning bolt high, signaling the final charge, and with a deafening roar, the Olympians surged forward. The Titans, once invincible, began to falter, their strength waning like the last light of day. As the dust of battle began to settle, the echoes of the Titanomachy would resonate through the ages. The end was near, but the fight was far from over. The ground trembled, and the skies crackled with anticipation. For in this moment, the fate of gods and men intertwined, spinning a tale that would never truly end. The clouds parted, and the light of a new dawn began to break, heralding a future filled with promise and uncertainty, where the legacy of the clash would linger, waiting to be revealed. The ancient sky glowed ominously, a swirling canvas of dark clouds and flashes of lightning, as the people of Rome gathered beneath the towering pillars of their temples. They felt the air crackle with anticipation, a sensation that sent shivers down their spines. In this moment, an unspoken truth hung heavy over the city, an impending change that would ripple through the very fabric of their beliefs. The time of Saturn was on the brink of fading, making way for the rise of a new power, a new god that promised prosperity and strength. Jupiter. Saturn, cloaked in the shadows of his own myth, had long been revered as the god of sowing and harvest. His image was etched in the hearts of the people, a symbol of stability and ancient wisdom. Once, Saturn ruled the Golden Age, a time when abundance flowed like the Tiber River. Memories of joyous feasts danced in their minds, of bountiful harvests and peace. The people cherished him, some even building shrines to honor his legacy. They would whisper prayers, hoping for his blessings as they tended their fields, feeling his presence in every grain of wheat, every ripe olive. Yet the whispers began to change. The winds of fortune shifted, carrying with them the thrill of a new era. Jupiter, the Thunderer, was not merely a god. He was a force to be reckoned with, powerful, tempestuous, commanding the very skies above. Tales of his might spread like wildfire, igniting the imagination of the Romans. They spoke of his dazzling lightning, his ability to control the storms, and his unwavering authority. Jupiter was the protector of the state, the guardian of justice, and with him came an aura of undeniable strength that caught the hearts and minds of the people. As Saturn's reign waned, the old god began to feel the weight of his fading influence. The temples that once echoed with hymns to him grew quiet, the altars dust-covered, and the sacrifices diminished. A deep melancholy settled over the minds of his most devoted followers. They clung to the memories of his time, the security he had provided, but the world was shifting around them. They sensed it, an intoxicating energy in the air urging them to embrace change. The festival of Saturnalia, once a jubilant celebration filled with merriment, grew tinged with bittersweet nostalgia. Families gathered to honor the old ways, yet there was an undercurrent of excitement for what was to come. The laughter of children mixed with the solemn faces of the elders, who exchanged worried glances. They knew that every tradition holds its breath in the face of transformation. It was a delicate dance, a clash of old and new, of past and future. In the flickering torchlight, stories of Jupiter's conquests cast a spell over the crowd. Tales of his victories in battle were recited with reverence, each word hanging in the air like a promise. The people's hearts quickened with each tale, their eyes shining with hope and a bit of fear. Would Jupiter be the savior they sought in their darkest hours? Would he offer them the strength to rise above the trials they faced? The tension was palpable, as if the very gods were watching from the heavens, waiting to see who would capture the hearts of mortals. The change was not seamless. It came with struggle and strife. The night sky was often illuminated by the thunderous clash of beliefs. The followers of Saturn rallied, clutching onto the remnants of a past that seemed to slip further away with each sunrise. They spoke of loyalty, of tradition, their voices rising in passionate protests. "What of the harvest? What of our ancestors?" they cried, their voices echoing against the marble columns like an ancient lament. But Jupiter's influence surged like a storm, his image growing stronger in the public eye. His temples sprouted across the city, gleaming complexes of marble and gold that drew worshippers like moths to a flame. No longer did they seek the quiet, pastoral blessings of Saturn. They craved the electrifying promise of Jupiter. They yearned for victory in battle, for the glory of a mighty empire stretching beyond the horizon. Jupiter was more than a god. He embodied their aspirations. One fateful day, amidst the chaos of competing beliefs, a vision appeared. A magnificent statue of Jupiter, towering above the crowd, seemed to breathe with an otherworldly energy. Its eyes flashed like lightning, and in that moment, something shifted. The crowd gasped collectively, a wave of awe washing over them. They felt an undeniable pull toward this powerful figure, as if the very essence of Jupiter had woven itself into the fabric of their souls. Whispers turned to shouts of allegiance, and in the throes of the crowd, Saturn's hold began to crack. In the midst of this turmoil, a priestess stood at the foot of the statue. Her heart was heavy, torn between the love for the old ways and the allure of the new. She raised her arms, her voice trembling as she called upon the gods. "Oh, Saturn, guide us in this storm." The words escaped her lips like a desperate plea, but the wind swept them away, drowned out by the growing roar of Jupiter's name. The priestess felt an electric shiver run through her, as if the heavens themselves were responding, caught in a battle between the divine. As the sun set on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and blue, the people of Rome found themselves at a crossroads. The tension was thick. Loyalty to Saturn whispered in their ears, while the vibrant allure of Jupiter beckoned them forward. Their emotions swirled like leaves caught in a tempest, a mixture of longing, fear, and an undeniable excitement for what lay ahead. Each heart beat in rhythm with the shifting tides of belief, and the air buzzed with unspoken promises. With each passing day, the old and the new continued to clash, creating a crescendo of emotion that swept through the city, binding the people of Rome in a shared experience of transformation. They were no longer just followers of gods. They found themselves caught in a narrative, one where they played a crucial role. The tension between Saturn and Jupiter became the very essence of their existence, a relentless force pushing them into an uncertain future. In the echoes of their prayers, the flames of the past flickered alongside the vibrant inferno of the future, illuminating the path ahead with a fierce glow. The gods watched as the tides of belief shifted, ready to embrace whatever came next. In the twilight of a forgotten age, when the very air shimmered with the weight of ancient wisdom, two colossal figures loomed over the landscape of human thought: Jupiter and Saturn. As night fell, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, casting a celestial glow on the earth below. People gathered outside their humble abodes, their eyes filled with wonder, their hearts pulsating with the rhythm of the cosmos. The whispers of philosophers, scholars, and stargazers intermingled, filling the atmosphere with an electric anticipation that something profound was about to be unveiled. Jupiter, the mighty king of the gods, was believed to embody qualities of ambition, authority, and expansive thought. His presence was a force of nature, igniting the flames of aspiration in those who dared to dream. Yet, as one gazed at his twinkling visage, a sense of awe mingled with fear, for with great power came great responsibility. Ancient Romans, with their intricate pantheon, painted him as a symbol of justice and protection, a guiding force steering humanity through the stormy seas of life. They believed that Jupiter's influence could inspire leaders to rise above the chaos, leading with honor in their hearts and clarity in their minds. Across the night sky, Saturn danced in stark contrast. Often shadowed by the brilliance of Jupiter, he was the wise old sage, embodying wisdom, discipline, and the harsh lessons of time. His rings, a swirling tapestry of beauty, whispered secrets of patience and caution. The ancient Greeks associated him with Cronus, a figure who wielded the sickle of fate, reminding mortals of the relentless passage of time and the inevitability of change. To gaze upon Saturn was to confront the deeper truths of existence, that every joy is fleeting and every moment is intertwined with sacrifice. As the ancients looked up, their hearts intertwined with the cosmos, a philosophical tension arose between these two giants. Jupiter, in his radiant glory, beckoned people toward ambition, while Saturn's somber wisdom urged caution. They represented opposing forces, yet their interplay was what made life rich and meaningful. This duality stirred a passionate discourse among scholars who sought to understand their significance in the realm of human experience. In the bustling streets of Athens, philosophers gathered in sunlit forums, their voices rising in passionate debate. The air was thick with the aroma of fresh bread and ripe olives, yet the focus was on the dance of Jupiter and Saturn above. "Is it ambition," one scholar exclaimed, "that propels us forward, or is it the weight of time and consequence that grounds us?" The crowd murmured, caught in the tension of these opposing ideals. The thrill of possibility clashed with the somber reality of existence, creating an electric atmosphere that crackled with intellectual fervor. Centuries later, the Renaissance ignited a revival of these ancient thoughts, as scholars turned their gaze back to the heavens. Artists painted celestial bodies in mesmerizing detail, their canvases alive with the essence of Jupiter's bold spirit and Saturn's melancholic wisdom. This era marked a time when the cosmos felt like a mirror reflecting the human condition. A painting of Jupiter could evoke feelings of hope and ambition, while a portrayal of Saturn instilled a quiet reverence for the passage of time and the inevitability of mortality. It was as if the stars were not just distant suns, but intimate companions guiding humanity through the ages. In the shadow of cathedrals, astronomers meticulously charted the movements of these celestial giants. Their telescopes pointed toward the heavens with unwavering determination. With each discovery, they felt a thrill, as if unraveling the mysteries of the universe itself. This pursuit of understanding was driven by a desire to grasp the very fabric of existence, to decode the celestial language spoken by the stars. Yet, amid their scientific achievements, a profound realization emerged. The philosophical interpretations of Jupiter and Saturn were not merely abstract ideas. They were reflections of the human heart, grappling with ambition, time, and the choices that shape destinies. As the ages turned, the influence of these planets seeped into the collective psyche of humanity. In literature, poets painted the skies with words that echoed the grand themes of aspiration and reflection. A sonnet might capture the exuberance of Jupiter's influence, while a prose piece would lament the bittersweet wisdom of Saturn. Together, they wove a tapestry of emotion that resonated across cultures and epochs, transcending boundaries and uniting hearts in shared understanding. The passion for these celestial bodies reached a fever pitch during periods of upheaval and change. In times of war, Jupiter's bold spirit inspired leaders to rally their people, igniting hope in the darkest of days. Yet, as the dust settled and the echoes of battles faded, Saturn's lessons of humility and reflection beckoned societies to pause and consider their paths. This cyclic interplay between ambition and caution created a living narrative, one that propelled humanity forward while reminding it to reflect on its journey. The whispers of Jupiter and Saturn echoed not only in the philosophical halls and artistic masterpieces but also in the hearts of everyday people. A farmer, looking up at the night sky, might feel the pull of Jupiter urging him to strive for greater yields, while Saturn's steady presence reminded him of the hard work and patience required to cultivate the land. Each gaze upward was a moment of connection, a reminder that the cosmos was not a distant realm but an integral part of their lives. As night deepened, the stars twinkled with an intensity that spoke to the very essence of existence. Jupiter and Saturn held their positions in the firmament, embodying the struggles and triumphs of humanity. The ancient and modern worlds intertwined in a continuous dance of thought and emotion, where the philosophical interpretations of these celestial giants formed an unbreakable bond between the cosmos and the human spirit. The dialogue between ambition and reflection, aspiration and consequence, pulsed like a heartbeat, urging all who gazed upon the night sky to confront their own truths, to navigate their own paths, and to find a balance between their dreams and the wisdom of time. The night sky shimmered with an abundance of stars, each twinkling like a dream waiting to be realized. Among them, one orb stood apart, larger and more resplendent than the rest: Jupiter. With its swirling colors and colossal presence, it was a beacon of hope and possibility. It had always cast an enchanting spell over those who dared to look up, whispering promises of expansion and profound growth. For centuries, civilizations revered this giant planet. The Babylonians first charted its path, recognizing its significance in their lives, believing that the movements of Jupiter held the keys to their destinies. They watched with wide eyes as the king of the gods danced across the sky, heralding moments of fortune, abundance, and transformation. The stories they told around flickering fires were filled with awe, each tale resonating with the pulse of the universe. A shift in the heavens occurred whenever Jupiter transitioned through the zodiac signs, a cosmic event that stirred emotions deep within the hearts of many. Each sign it traversed brought forth a different chapter, a different kind of growth. When Jupiter entered Aries, for instance, the world felt a surge of energy, an invitation to take action, to be bold. People chased dreams they had long tucked away, feeling emboldened to seize opportunities that had previously seemed out of reach. Then there was the time when Jupiter graced the sign of Sagittarius, its own home. Here, it became a force of liberation and exploration. Imagine the thrill of those ancient sailors setting out into uncharted waters, their hearts racing with the promise of discovery. They were empowered by Jupiter's influence, yearning for adventure and knowledge, transcending the mundane confines of their lives. The spirit of wanderlust ignited in every corner of the earth, uniting travelers and dreamers in a shared pursuit of meaning. In those moments, the air crackled with anticipation, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. People everywhere yearned for growth, and with Jupiter's benevolent gaze upon them, they believed they could achieve the impossible. Stories flowed like rivers. Tales of riches discovered and lives transformed filled the markets and plazas. It was a time when hope reigned supreme, and every whisper of fortune felt tangible, as if one could reach out and grasp it. Yet, Jupiter was not merely a harbinger of good fortune. Its influence cast shadows that could be as profound as its light. The Romans revered Jupiter as the god of thunder, understanding that with great power came great responsibility. When it moved through Capricorn, the atmosphere shifted. The energy turned serious, and a wave of ambition swept over the land. People were driven to build, to create legacies that would echo through time. However, the relentless pursuit could lead to exhaustion, where the line between ambition and greed blurred, testing the very core of one's character. This duality, the light and the dark, was the essence of Jupiter's impact. The highs could lift a person to celestial heights, while the lows could bring them crashing down. The ancient Greeks spoke of hubris, the folly of overstepping boundaries, often attributed to Jupiter's influence. It was a dance of expansion and contraction, growth and humility, a reminder that even the mightiest could fall if they lost sight of their moral compass. Throughout history, powerful leaders, poets, and artists have looked to Jupiter for inspiration. The Renaissance sparked an explosion of creativity, fueled by the belief that this planet bestowed wisdom and enlightenment upon those who dared to dream. The great minds of the time, from Copernicus to Galileo, were guided by the stars, their work intertwined with the mysteries of the universe. Jupiter's influence was felt in every stroke of a brush, every note of a melody, as the world blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of art and knowledge. In every corner of the earth, people found their lives intertwined with Jupiter's cycles. Farmers planted crops during its favorable transits, while merchants timed their trades to align with its expansive energy. Communities thrived as they banded together, motivated by a shared understanding of the cosmic rhythms. There was an unspoken bond that connected everyone, a tapestry woven from dreams and aspirations that transcended culture and language. As time marched on, the legends of Jupiter continued to evolve, but its essence remained untouched. Each era added to the mythology, crafting new stories that resonated with the human experience. From the grand cathedrals of Europe to the humble homes of ancient villagers, Jupiter's spirit of growth was a constant, a symbol of hope that transcended the trials of life. In the present day, as people glance up at the night sky, they still feel the pull of Jupiter. Each transit stirs the soul, igniting a fire within that beckons to be fanned into flame. The desire for expansion, whether in career, love, or self-discovery, remains a universal yearning, a reflection of humanity's quest for purpose. The influence of Jupiter is not just celestial. It is deeply rooted in the human spirit, echoing the age-old quest for growth that resides in the heart of every individual. As Jupiter prepares to shift into its next phase, whispers of change ripple through the air. There is an electric anticipation, a sense that something monumental is on the horizon. What dreams will be born? What aspirations will take flight? Each person feels the tremor of possibility, a reminder that with Jupiter's influence, the universe is vast, and the potential for greatness is limitless. The stars twinkle above as if to say that the story of life, love, and growth is far from over. It is a timeless dance that will continue, fueled by the ever-expanding energy of Jupiter, inviting everyone to partake in its enchanting journey. In a dimly lit room, an old astrologer pores over ancient scrolls, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows that dance eerily across the walls. The air is thick with incense, the musk of history swirling around him like a protective shroud. Every symbol, every constellation, every line etched into the parchment holds a story, stories of lives shaped by celestial forces, particularly the formidable figure of Saturn. Known as the Great Teacher, Saturn's influence looms large, a blend of restriction and profound wisdom, whispering to those willing to listen. The astrological wheel spins as it has for centuries, and Saturn's return, the moment when it returns to the same position in the sky as it was at the time of a person's birth, marks a rite of passage. It is a moment steeped in weight, echoing through the ages. When the time arrives, it does not simply knock at the door. It barges in, demanding attention. Those who have faced this celestial reckoning often recall a feeling akin to an awakening, a confrontation with one's limitations. In ancient Rome, where Saturn was revered as the god of agriculture and time, people celebrated the festival of Saturnalia, a time when the usual social order was turned on its head. But as the festivities faded, the lessons of Saturn remained. The laughter and joy were fleeting, but the echoes of discipline and responsibility lingered long after the last candle had extinguished. Saturn teaches that joy is often intertwined with the weight of responsibility, and in this dance of shadows, one finds the essence of true growth. The astrologer's hands tremble as he turns the brittle pages, revealing tales of kings and commoners alike, all caught in Saturn's grip. The glories of a powerful ruler often masked the trials that shaped their reign. For every Caesar who claimed victory, there lay the relentless pressure of maintaining power, the looming threat of failure. Saturn whispered doubts into their ears, reminding them of the impermanence of fortune. It is said that when Julius Caesar faced the omens of his fate, he felt the chilling breath of Saturn on his neck, an unseen force that reminded him of his own mortality. Historians recount the life of the poet John Milton, whose words flowed like honey yet were born from the trials of blindness and despair. Saturn's influence is evident in his struggles, a constant reminder of the limitations imposed upon him. Yet, within those confines, he crafted epics that would resonate through the ages. In each line penned in darkness, there lay a profound truth, that limitations often spark creativity. When faced with the harsh gaze of Saturn, Milton transformed pain into beauty, teaching us that discipline in the face of adversity can lead to extraordinary outcomes. But Saturn's influence is not solely a harbinger of despair. It is also a guide, a stern mentor pushing us to confront our realities. The leap from dreams to achievements is fraught with obstacles, and Saturn stands at the crossroads, reminding everyone that hard work and perseverance are essential. It is no easy task. The path is laden with trials that test the very core of one's being. Yet, those who endure often find their true selves emerging from the depths of struggle. The astrologer recalls the myth of Kronos, Saturn's Greek counterpart, who devoured his own children in a desperate bid to thwart fate. A grim tale, perhaps, but within it lies a vital lesson. The fear of loss and limitation can drive one to madness, yet it is the acceptance of these limitations that fosters growth. The cycles of time are relentless, and as Kronos feeds on the past, he reminds us that what we cling to must sometimes be sacrificed for a greater good. In this dance of creation and destruction, Saturn does not merely impose restrictions. He invites us to redefine our boundaries. History is replete with figures who have felt Saturn's heavy hand. In his later years, the brilliant inventor Nikola Tesla faced solitude and financial ruin, encapsulating the struggle that Saturn embodies. Yet, in his isolation, Tesla delved deeper into the realms of invention. The very discipline Saturn demanded of him sparked innovations that would change the world, echoing the notion that from limitation springs creativity. His story is a testament to the transformative power of endurance, showing that even when the odds are stacked against us, magic can happen. The astrologer leans closer to the candle, the wax dripping steadily like the passage of time. Each droplet carries whispers from the past, reminding him of the countless souls shaped by Saturn's gaze. He feels the weight of their stories, the echoes of triumph and despair intertwining like threads in a tapestry. The lives of those who have faced limitation head-on are a reminder that discipline is not a burden. It is a gift that unveils true strength. As the night deepens, the astrologer contemplates the influence of Saturn on the lives of those around him. He thinks of the students who enter his humble abode seeking guidance. They arrive with dreams shimmering in their eyes, yet they often leave with a furrowed brow, aware that their pursuit of success will demand sacrifice. Saturn's lessons are not for the faint of heart. They require commitment and grit. It is a harsh teacher, but a necessary one, instilling resilience and fortitude in those who dare to listen. In quiet moments, he watches as they grapple with their own limitations, feeling the tension rise like a storm gathering on the horizon. Will they rise to the occasion, or will they crumble under the weight of their fears? The stakes are high, and the air crackles with unspoken potential. Saturn's shadow looms large, and for those willing to embrace the struggle, the rewards can be immeasurable. The old astrologer smiles to himself, aware that the lessons of Saturn are timeless, woven into the fabric of humanity. As he extinguishes the candle, he feels a rush of gratitude for the trials that have shaped him and those who came before. Limitation and discipline walk hand in hand, guiding souls toward their destinies. An eternal dance that continues through the ages, unyielding and profound. The stories are not finished. They are merely transitions, leading into the next chapter of existence, where the stars continue to whisper their ancient secrets. In the glow of flickering oil lamps, laughter erupted in the streets of ancient Rome, spilling over like wine from a full goblet. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and spiced wine as the city prepared for a celebration unlike any other. The vibrant chaos of Saturnalia had begun, a festival that brought life to the normally stiff and structured Roman society. It was a time when roles reversed, when slaves were treated as equals, and merriment reigned supreme. In the midst of the uproar, a young servant named Lucius stood outside his master's grand home, his heart racing with anticipation. This was one of those rare moments when he could let go of the burdens of servitude and embrace the joy that filled the air. He could hear the distant sound of music from the temple, a melody that promised freedom and delight. The streets were alive with people adorned in garlands of greenery, their faces painted with smiles, their voices raised in song. Lucius felt the pulse of the city, a collective heartbeat that throbbed with excitement. But even as he reveled in the joyous chaos, he couldn't help but feel the undercurrent of tension, the sense that the laughter might cover something deeper, something darker. As the night wore on, the sounds of revelry echoed against the marble columns of the temples, such as the Temple of Saturn. Here, in the presence of the ancient god, the boundaries of social class crumbled like old stone. For 7 days, the city became a playground, where laughter drowned out the clanking of chains, and the sacredness of hierarchy was momentarily suspended. Lucius joined the throngs of people in the streets, each face reflecting the same exhilaration and hope for a fleeting escape from their everyday lives. The games began, the dice rolled, and fortunes changed in an instant. The thrill of chance danced through the crowd, electrifying the air. Yet, as the revelry reached its peak, another celebration loomed, one that held a different kind of reverence in the hearts of the Romans. The Ludi Romani, dedicated to Jupiter, the king of the gods. While Saturnalia was a festival of chaos and liberation, the celebrations of Jupiter were all about power and order. The contrast was stark, a reminder that life in Rome was not just about indulgence, but also about the weight of tradition. On the grand day of Jupiter's festival, the excitement took on a solemn, serious tone. People adorned themselves in white robes, and the atmosphere shifted from one of wild abandon to disciplined worship. In the heart of the city, the great temple dedicated to Jupiter stood tall and majestic, its columns stretching toward the heavens. Here, citizens knelt in prayer, offering their sacrifices, seeking the favor of the god who wielded immense power over their lives. The smell of incense curled through the air, heavy and sweet, as priests led the ceremonies with solemn faces. The fervent chants filled the space, reaching a crescendo that seemed to touch the divine itself. Lucius, observing from a distance, felt a pang of longing. Both festivals represented two halves of the Roman soul, the urge to break free and the need to submit to a higher authority. As the festivities of Saturnalia reached their climax, streets overflowed with laughter, the joyous chaos blurring the lines between master and servant. Lucius danced with abandon, the thrumming music wrapping around him like a warm embrace. He was no longer just a servant. He was a man, a soul alight with the spirit of celebration. The world around him seemed to shimmer with possibility, and in that moment, he dared to dream of a life where joy and laughter were not confined to 1 week of the year. Yet, the shadow of Jupiter's celebration loomed close, a reminder of the power that ruled their lives. The joyous cries of Saturnalia were bittersweet, tinged with the knowledge that once the festivities ended, the world would return to its usual order. The tension hung in the air like a storm cloud, waiting to break. Lucius could feel it creeping in, a subtle reminder that even in moments of joy, duty and consequence waited just beyond the horizon. On the final day of Saturnalia, the streets erupted once more with energies that could rival the sun. The laughter, the games, the food, all of it mingled into a tapestry of exuberance. Yet, each smile carried an echo of something unspoken, a feeling that perhaps this joy was but a fleeting illusion. As dusk fell, the celebration took on a more reflective nature. The people began to gather around fires, sharing stories that held remnants of their fears, their hopes, and the realities of life that would soon return. Lucius found himself at one of the fires, listening to the tales of older men and women who had seen far more than he could imagine. Their voices wove a tapestry of history, of both the glorious victories of Rome and its crushing defeats. Each story dripped with emotion, filling the air with a sense of unity among the listeners. They spoke of Jupiter's might, of how he dictated their fates, of how their lives were shaped not just by whims but by divine edicts that could alter their destinies in an instant. Within the crowd, Lucius felt a deep connection to the people around him, their joys and sorrows intertwining in a beautiful mess of human experience. The weight of their shared histories pressed upon him, making him acutely aware of the fragile balance between freedom and power. The laughter of Saturnalia echoed in his ears, but the solemn prayers to Jupiter reminded him that joy could be as fleeting as the flicker of a candle flame. As the final night of Saturnalia faded into the quiet of dawn, Lucius stood at the crossroads of celebration and reverence, a heart torn between the desire for freedom and the need to bow before power. The festivities had filled him with a sense of hope, yet a shadow loomed on the horizon, the reality of life waiting to reclaim its hold as Jupiter's festival approached. The delicate dance of chaos and order wove itself into the very fabric of their existence, blending laughter with the weight of tradition, and as Lucius gazed at the first light of day, he felt the bittersweet tug of the future pulling him ever forward. Jupiter loomed large in the sky, a celestial giant that captured the imagination of ancient civilizations, each star-studded night whispering his name as if the cosmos itself was in awe. Millions gazed up and marveled, their hearts pounding with the understanding that they were witnessing the embodiment of power, authority, and unyielding strength. This was the king of the gods, the ruler of Olympus, an enigma wrapped in a swirling tapestry of myth and legend. In the flickering flames of countless campfires throughout ancient Rome, stories of Jupiter unfolded, each tale igniting a spark of hope, fear, or reverence. Artists and poets found inspiration in his figure, channeling their emotions into images and verses that transcended time. The sculptors of marble, whose chisel strokes echoed with reverberations of passion, rendered him in breathtaking detail. His robust form, adorned with a regal toga, evoked both admiration and fear, capturing the essence of divine power. Each sculpture was a testament to the belief that the gods watched over mortals, a reminder that they were never alone in their struggles. The grandeur of Jupiter extended beyond the confines of simple artwork. Consider the canvas of the Renaissance, where artists like Titian painted him against the backdrop of an eternal sky, his face a mixture of stern resolve and compassionate wisdom. In the Rape of Europa, Jupiter transforms into a magnificent bull, embodying both majesty and an unsettling darkness. The tension in the painted scene is palpable, a clash of innocence and divine desire, leaving viewers breathless. The delicate brushstrokes depicted Europa's fear and allure, a reflection of humanity's complicated relationship with the divine. In literature, Jupiter's presence pulsed rhythmically, like a heartbeat woven into the fabric of human experience. The epic poems of Virgil and Ovid sang his praises in verses that danced with life. The Aeneid painted him as both protector and instigator, a god whose whims could shift the tides of fate. He watched over Aeneas with a fatherly gaze, guiding the hero toward destiny while manipulating events like a master puppeteer. Emotions flared: pride, anger, and love, each word a brushstroke on the canvas of ancient Rome's soul. But the stories did not end there. They flowed into the works of later poets and playwrights who, centuries later, still felt the echoes of Jupiter's power. Shakespeare's plays hinted at the divine, with characters invoking the name of the king of gods as they struggled with their own mortal dilemmas. The depth of human emotions mirrored the complexities of Jupiter's character, both loving and vengeful, nurturing and destructive. The tension between loyalty and betrayal played out in the shadows of his looming presence, captivating audiences in a theater where laughter intertwined with sorrow. Every artistic representation of Jupiter held its own unique flavor, a blend of emotion and intellect. Consider the captivating work of artist Gustave Moreau, whose paintings emerged in the 19th century, reimagining the myths with a poetic touch. In Jupiter and Semele, a moment hangs in the air, charged with raw emotion, the impending joy and tragedy of love caught in the web of divine intentions. The luminescence of Jupiter's figure, radiant and overwhelming, cast an ethereal glow over Semele, drawing viewers into an intimate moment that felt almost tangible. The brush's caress of the canvas told a story of passion and sacrifice, leaving hearts aching for what could never be. With each brushstroke and written word, Jupiter remained an eternal figure, a bridge between the past and the future. He was not merely a god confined to mythology. He was a living embodiment of humanity's hopes and fears. The whispers of ancient artists echoed through time, resonating in the hearts of those who sought to capture the essence of the divine. From the cool marble of ancient statues to the vibrant colors of modern canvases, the images of Jupiter flickered like stars, illuminating the night sky of human experience. And yet, as the tales unfolded, a sense of foreboding lingered. The gods, with all their power, were not immune to the frailties of emotion. They were capable of both great kindness and unyielding wrath, and that duality inspired fascination and fear. The mythic narratives served as a mirror, reflecting the complexities of human nature, forcing audiences to confront the darkness that lay within. Every time Jupiter wielded thunderbolts or decreed fate, a little piece of humanity's own struggle echoed back, reminding artists and poets alike that the line between God and man was a fragile one. The myth spun from Jupiter's essence created ripples, influencing countless generations of creativity. In the folds of modern literature and art, echoes of his presence can still be felt. Contemporary writers, inspired by the ancient tales, weave in the themes of power, love, and betrayal, driven by the same emotional currents that flowed through the hearts of his early devotees. Even in modern cinema, where special effects paint the skies with vibrant colors, the stories of Jupiter remain a wellspring of inspiration, igniting imaginations and hearts across diverse landscapes. In the end, Jupiter became more than just an ancient deity. He transformed into a symbol of the eternal struggle within every soul, the constant push and pull between ambition and humility, authority and vulnerability. Each artistic interpretation wrapped his story in layers of emotion, each brushstroke or line of verse evoking a visceral response that resonated deep within. The canvas of his legacy sprawled endlessly, a masterpiece that connected the past with an uncharted future, ensuring that the name Jupiter would never fade from the human spirit. As the brush dipped into the paint and words flowed onto the page, the heartbeat of Jupiter thrummed ever louder, inviting the next creation, the next interpretation. The spark of inspiration, ignited by the divine, whispered promises of new tales to be told, new emotions to explore, as artists and writers prepared to bring forth the next chapter in a never-ending saga. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a figure hunched over a canvas, brush trembling in hand. The artist's heart raced as visions of Saturn danced in his mind, a celestial titan looming over myths and legends. The planet, with its rings like a crown of thorns, had captivated the human imagination for centuries, embodying themes of time, fate, and the burden of power. It was not just a planet. It was a symbol, a poignant reminder of the cyclical nature of existence. Each stroke of the brush brought forth the grandeur and terror of Saturn, the god whose very name echoed through the corridors of history. Old tales whispered of his reign, a time when he ruled over a golden age, blessed by abundance yet shadowed by a darker legacy. To create art inspired by Saturn was to grapple with the duality of life itself, the light and the dark, the joy and the dread. In the ancient world, Saturn was known as Cronus, the devourer of his own children, a haunting image that sent shivers down spines. Artists like Francisco Goya felt the chill of that mythology. His painting Saturn Devouring His Son strikes a raw nerve, the frantic terror in the eyes of the child juxtaposed against the grotesque, almost primal fury of the father. Goya's brushwork pulsated with emotion, capturing the tragic inevitability of time consuming all it touches. The viewer cannot look away, caught in the tension between horror and fascination. Years later, the Romantic poets would be drawn to Saturn's mythology, embedding hints of the planet's gravitational pull into their verses. John Keats, with his delicate touch, spoke of the mighty Saturn, embodying the struggle between ambition and despair. His words wrapped around the reader like a fog, creating an atmosphere saturated with yearning. Each line became a thread weaving together humanity's fragile hopes and the relentless march of time, echoing the very essence of Saturn, the cyclical dance of creation and destruction. The stage was set for a visual feast of Saturn's majesty and menace in the grand halls of the Renaissance. The likes of Michelangelo and Raphael channeled divine energy into their work, portraying the Titan in ways that stirred the soul. In the Sistine Chapel, for instance, the imagery captures the tumult of human emotion, reflecting the tension of divine oversight and mortal struggle. The colossal figures above, with arms outstretched, seemed to plead for a reprieve from the weight of destiny, as if Saturn himself loomed just beyond the painted sky, casting shadows over the earth. As the centuries rolled on, the influence of Saturn seeped into the very fabric of culture. In literature, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein echoed Saturn's themes of creation, loss, and the consequences of unbridled ambition. Victor Frankenstein, like Saturn, faced the terrifying specter of his own creation, a monster born from the fires of hubris. The pain of the creator became intertwined with the pain of the created, reflecting the deep, often dark connections between power and vulnerability. The Victorian era brought another wave of fascination with Saturn, as artists and writers grappled with the implications of industrialization. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, with his lush, vibrant paintings, infused a sense of longing and loss into his depictions of mythological themes. His works often reflected the tension between the natural world and the encroaching machinery of modernity. Saturn, a symbol of time and the past, became a poignant reminder of what was being left behind. The beauty of nature stood in stark contrast to the dark and cold machinery of progress, inviting the viewer to ponder the cost of advancement. Then came the Surrealist movement, where Saturn morphed into a figure of dreams and nightmares. Salvador Dali, with his otherworldly landscapes, played with the idea of time and reality, bending them like the rings of the planet itself. His The Persistence of Memory dares the viewer to confront the fluidity of time, the same time that Saturn tirelessly governs. In Dali's world, clocks melt and dreams collide, offering a haunting reflection of how time can both liberate and ensnare. As the 20th century unfurled, the presence of Saturn in art and literature took on new meanings. The existential angst of the post-war world found its voice in the works of writers like Albert Camus. Saturn, now a symbol of absurdity, reflected the human struggle to find meaning in a chaotic universe. Camus characters, often battling against indifferent forces of fate, mirrored the myth of Saturn, a reminder that life, with all its trials, continues to spin on its axis irrespective of human desires or dreams. In the midst of this tumult, the echoes of Saturn resonated through the visual arts as well. Artists like Vasily Kandinsky embraced abstraction, allowing the essence of Saturn to transcend form. His vibrant colors and dynamic shapes captured the emotional weight and cosmic vastness associated with the planet. Each canvas seemed to pulse with life, as if the very essence of the universe was captured within the strokes, inviting viewers into a space where time and emotion intertwined. Fast forward to the contemporary world, and Saturn remains an ever-present muse, a source of inspiration for filmmakers, muralists, and poets alike. The rich tapestry of artistic representations continues to grow, with each creator adding their unique perspective, weaving stories that reflect the complexities of human emotion. The planet, with its mysterious allure, evokes a sense of wonder and dread, reminding us of our own struggles against the relentless tide of time. In the quiet moments of reflection, one feels the weight of Saturn's legacy. The stories and images crafted in its name stir something deep within the heart, a recognition of shared human experience, of power and vulnerability, of creation and destruction. Each artistic representation carries the echoes of centuries past, pulling at the threads of memory and emotion, as if Saturn himself watches over the fabric of human expression, guiding the brush, the pen, and the soul into realms both familiar and unknown. On a stormy night in ancient Rome, the skies swirled with dark clouds, lightning crackled, and thunder boomed like the roar of a great beast. In the heart of the city, the Senate gathered, their faces painted with worry and fear. The fate of the Republic hung in the balance, and as they looked towards the heavens, they could almost feel the powerful gaze of Jupiter, the king of gods, upon them. It was a night rich with tension, where the decisions made would echo through history, guided by the whims of the celestial giant. Jupiter was not merely a figure carved in marble. He was a force that commanded respect, an embodiment of authority that shaped the very fabric of Roman politics. Senators whispered about omens, about the alignment of stars and the blessings or curses they could bring. Each decision weighed heavily, not just on the shoulders of the men in togas, but on the entire empire that thrived under the watchful eye of their supreme deity. History would later record how leaders sought Jupiter's favor through sacrifices and rituals, believing that their triumphs in battle and governance were woven into the celestial tapestry. Consider Julius Caesar, a name that echoes through the ages. He stood at the crossroads of fate, poised to change the course of history. As he prepared to cross the Rubicon, he looked to the heavens, seeking the sign that would cement his destiny. In that moment, he felt the surge of Jupiter's influence, a force pulling him toward greatness. The audacity of his decision, the defiance of the Senate's authority, all intertwined with the belief that he was chosen for something greater, a manifestation of divine will on earth. As he crossed that river, he wasn't just making a political move. He was claiming his destiny, guided by the very deity who wielded lightning in the skies. The aftermath of Caesar's rise rippled through the political landscape of Rome, and with it came the shadow of Jupiter's judgment. After his assassination, the chaos that ensued was a cacophony of ambition and betrayal, where every senator felt the weight of the divine. It was said that Brutus, who struck the fatal blow, felt a chill in the air, a sign that Jupiter was displeased. The once proud city was now haunted by the specter of its own choices, as if the very gods were arguing above, tossing thunderbolts like accusations among those who dared to seek power. Fast forward to the days of Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, whose ascent to power was painted with the strokes of fate. The world watched as he transformed Rome from a republic to an empire, and he knew that Jupiter's favor was essential. Augustus crafted a narrative of himself as a divine leader, a man chosen by the gods, and in every coin minted and every temple erected, he invoked the name of Jupiter. The people offered prayers, their hearts filled with hope, believing that under Augustus, the will of the gods would guide them through peace and prosperity. The political arena became a stage where Jupiter's influence was palpable, as leaders rose and fell through the divine lens of fate. Yet the intrigue did not stop there. The tumultuous reign of Tiberius, Augustus' successor, unfolded like a tragic play under the watchful care of Jupiter. Tiberius, once a celebrated hero, became a figure of paranoia and terror. Whispers of his tyranny reached every corner of the empire, and as the people despaired, they turned their eyes once more to the skies, seeking assurance from their god. Jupiter, who had once blessed Rome, seemed to step back, allowing the chaos to unfold. The fickle nature of leadership mirrored the stormy skies above, as Tiberius grappled with his own demons, unaware that the very deity he sought to appease had turned his gaze elsewhere. As the empire expanded, so did the complexities of power. The influence of Jupiter was not limited to Rome. It spread like wildfire across nations. In the distant lands of the east, leaders sought the blessings of their own gods, and yet, the whispers of Jupiter lingered. In Persia, rulers like Cyrus the Great invoked celestial powers, believing they were chosen by the heavens to rule. The world was a vast tapestry where every thread was intertwined with the divine, and the rise or fall of a leader was often traced back to the whims of the cosmos. During the height of the Pax Romana, the air was thick with expectation and hope. The people looked to their leaders, and in silent moments, they felt the warm embrace of Jupiter's influence. It was said that during critical decisions, the emperor would gaze skyward, seeking guidance from the glittering stars. The Senate became a place of both reverence and fear, where ambitious leaders sought to outmaneuver one another, all while maintaining the facade of loyalty to the divine. Each political maneuver was laced with emotion, a blend of hope, betrayal, and the longing for power that could only be rivaled by the gods themselves. Yet even in the shadows, the darkness of ambition loomed. The infamous Caligula, with his erratic behavior and thirst for absolute power, believed himself as divine as Jupiter. His reign was a cataclysm of excess and madness, a stark reminder that the influence of the gods could be both a blessing and a curse. As he declared himself a god among men, the very foundation of belief trembled. The people, once united under the divine promise of prosperity, now feared the wrath of both their ruler and the heavens. The palace became a theater of despair, where loyalty was a fragile thread, and trust a memory lost in the echoes of madness. As the tumult of leadership continued to shape the empire, the undercurrents of Jupiter's influence surged. The political landscape was not merely about who held the throne, but who could harness the power of the gods. The pendulum of fate swung wildly, and each leader danced on the knife edge of divine favor, forever looking to the skies for guidance, and forever haunted by the weight of their choices. The story of politics and leadership intertwined with the celestial force of Jupiter was one of soaring highs and crushing lows, fueling ambition and despair alike. And as the political stage continued to shift, the legacy of those who wielded power would always be shadowed by the unseen hand of the divine, a force that would forever shape the course of human history. The skies above remained a canvas of hope and fear, a reminder that in the world of politics, nothing was ever as it seemed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the fields where the earth breathed life into the crops. But it was not just the warmth of the sun that nurtured the soil. It was the unseen forces of the cosmos, especially the powerful planet Saturn. This distant giant, cloaked in rings of ice and rock, cast a shadow that stretched far beyond the heavens, influencing the very essence of agriculture and the fabric of society itself. In the ancient world, Saturn was revered as a god of time, harvest, and plenty. People gazed up at the night sky, their hearts swelling with a blend of fear and awe, for they believed Saturn held the keys to prosperity and destruction. In the bustling markets of Rome, beneath the grand arches and vibrant stalls, merchants whispered tales of the bountiful harvests brought forth by Saturn's blessing. Every season was a gamble, a sacred dance between human effort and celestial will. The farmers toiled from dawn till dusk, their hands stained with the rich, dark earth, praying for Saturn's favor. As the crops grew tall and golden, hope blossomed in their hearts, weaving dreams of abundance and security. Yet, there was a darker side to this celestial influence. Saturn was not just a benefactor. He was a stern, unyielding figure who demanded respect and sacrifice. The festivals held in his honor, the Saturnalia, transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. Streets overflowed with laughter and revelry, where masters served their slaves and social norms were appended. But behind the masks of joy lay an undercurrent of tension. The celebration was both a release and a reminder of the harsh realities of life. After the revelry faded, the weight of Saturn's expectations returned, heavy like the clouds before a storm. The cycles of planting and harvest mirrored Saturn's own cycles. This was no coincidence. Every seed that found its way into the soil carried the hopes and dreams of families who depended on the land. They understood the rhythms of nature, the way the seasons turned like pages in a book, each chapter marked by the influence of Saturn. When the skies darkened and storms threatened, fear crept into the hearts of farmers. Would their crops withstand the fury of the elements? Would Saturn smile upon their efforts, or would he turn his face away, leaving them to reap a bitter harvest? As centuries passed, Saturn's grip on agriculture tightened. In ancient Mesopotamia, where irrigation systems were the lifeblood of civilization, farmers aligned their planting schedules with Saturn's movements. They believed that the planet's position in the night sky dictated the fertility of the land. It was a delicate balance. The people relied on the stars to guide them, yet they were at the mercy of unpredictable whims. When floods swept through the cities, washing away crops and dreams alike, despair seeped into the souls of the populace. In those moments of hardship, they turned to ritual, seeking to appease Saturn, to win back his favor. The echoes of Saturn's influence reached forward through history, weaving themselves into the fabric of society. The Romans constructed grand temples dedicated to this god of agriculture, the towering structures a testament to their devotion. A sense of community blossomed as they gathered for festivals, offering sacrifices and sharing in the bounty of the harvest. The laughter of children mingled with the chants of priests, creating a symphony of life that resonated through the valleys. Yet, even amidst the joy, the shadows of fear lingered. The threat of famine loomed large, a specter that haunted every feast. The people understood that every blessing from Saturn was accompanied by the weight of responsibility. With each passing generation, the lessons of Saturn were etched deeper into the minds of the people. They learned to read the signs, the way the winds whispered secrets, the way the soil cracked under the sun's relentless gaze. Communities united, bound by the shared rituals of sowing and reaping. The rhythm of life pulsed with the seasons, echoing the eternal dance between humanity and the cosmos. But the unpredictability of Saturn's influence often left them on edge, caught in a cycle of hope and despair. The Age of Enlightenment ushered in a new awareness, yet Saturn's shadow still loomed over the agricultural landscape. As science began to unveil the mysteries of the natural world, the connection to the celestial waned, but the echo of ancient beliefs remained. Farmers still looked to the sky, seeking guidance in the stars, convinced that Saturn's presence would never fully fade. They toiled with a mix of reverence and skepticism, their hands connecting them to the earth while their eyes searched for a glimpse of the heavens. In the fields where wheat swayed gently in the breeze, a sense of nostalgia lingered. Each stalk carried the weight of countless ancestors who had come before, their hopes and fears intertwined in the very fibers of the plants. The soil remembered, held tight the stories of struggle and triumph. Saturn, the distant god of time and harvest, continued to inspire both awe and respect, a reminder that the cycles of agriculture and society were forever intertwined, the past echoing into the present. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stars emerged one by one, twinkling like ancient eyes watching over the land. The farmers, exhausted yet hopeful, gathered for another evening of storytelling under the vast expanse of the night sky. They spoke of Saturn, of the lessons learned through toil and tears, their voices rising like incense, carried on the whispering wind. And in that moment, as the cosmos sparkled above, the connection between agriculture and the divine was palpable, a thread that linked every heart to the earth and the endless sky. The stories passed from generation to generation, a tapestry woven with emotion, tension, and the weight of human experience. They understood that while technology may have shifted the landscape, the essence of their bond with Saturn remained. It pulsed like a heartbeat, constant and undeniable, a force of nature that shaped their lives in ways they could never fully comprehend. And as the night deepened, the distant echoes of Saturn's influence promised to linger, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, drawing both the past and future into an unbreakable embrace. Time is a relentless river, flowing unceasingly, carrying with it the echoes of past lives and the whispers of future dreams. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, Saturn hangs like a ghostly sentinel, its rings shimmering with the weight of centuries, a celestial clock marking the rhythm of existence. To ancient civilizations, Saturn was not just a distant planet. It was a deity, a powerful force that entwined life, death, and rebirth into an intricate dance, reminding humanity of its fragility and strength. As twilight descended upon a village nestled at the foot of a great mountain, the air grew thick with anticipation. Villagers gathered around a flickering bonfire, the flames casting playful shadows that danced between them like memories. They spoke in hushed tones of Saturn's influence, their stories woven with the threads of history. In their eyes, one could see the flicker of understanding, how the cycles of time, governed by this ancient planet, shaped their lives in profound ways. In ancient Rome, Saturn was venerated during the festival of Saturnalia, a time when class structures dissolved and the boundaries of society blurred. It was a celebration of freedom and revelry, yet beneath the laughter lay an awareness of the inevitable return to order. People donned masks, their true selves hidden, only to be revealed when the festivities waned. This duality mirrored the very essence of life, joy entwined with sorrow, freedom tethered to obligation. Each year, as the sun dipped low and Saturn rose high, the villagers felt the pulse of time quicken, a reminder that each moment, each joy, was fleeting. In the shadows of the bonfire, an old woman, her skin a tapestry of wrinkles, whispered tales of her ancestors. They too had felt Saturn's presence in their lives, how it ruled the passage of time and the cycles of seasons. In every birth, there is a death, she said, her voice tremulous yet strong. And in every ending, a beginning. That is the lesson Saturn teaches us. The flames crackled, and for an instant, the air shimmered with memories of lost loved ones and new beginnings, creating an emotional tapestry that wrapped around each listener. As the night deepened, the stories shifted. A young man, filled with the fire of youth, spoke of ambition and dreams, the desire to conquer time itself, to bend its will and carve a legacy that would last forever. But the laughter of the crowd faded, replaced by solemn nods. The weight of the old woman's wisdom loomed large, echoing through the stillness. Time was a fickle dominator. It could grant prosperity, but it could just as easily snatch it away. Saturn's rings glimmered in the night sky, a celestial reminder that nothing lasts forever, and that every triumph is laced with the shadows of loss. The villagers shared a collective breath, feeling the tension of their interconnected lives. Each story ignited a flicker of recognition, the struggles of their ancestors, the joys and sorrows just beneath the surface. They spoke of harvests that came too soon or too late, of winter's chill that claimed the old and the frail, and of the rebirth that spring always promised. Through these tales, they felt Saturn's pull, the inevitability of change, as if the planet was drawing them into its orbit, urging them to embrace the cycle of life with open hearts. In the stillness that followed, a child, her eyes wide with wonder, asked, "But what happens when we die? Do we just fade away?" The question hung in the air like a fragile bubble, waiting to be burst. The old woman reached out, her gnarled hand resting gently on the girl's shoulder. "Ah, my dear, that is Saturn's greatest gift. Just as the leaves fall to nourish the earth, we too become part of this great cycle. Life flows on, transforming, renewing." The fire crackled, and a gust of wind swept through the gathering, sending embers spiraling upward, mingling with the stars. In that moment, the villagers felt a connection, a bond forged through time. They understood that Saturn's role was not to instill fear, but to inspire reverence for the journey. Each life was a note in the grand symphony of existence, and though the melody might shift and change, it would never truly end. As the clock struck midnight, the villagers fell silent, enveloped in the stillness of the night. The air sparkled with an electric energy, a reminder that the present was a fleeting gift. They turned their gazes to the heavens, where Saturn shone brightly, its rings shimmering like a promise. Just then, a shooting star streaked across the sky, a fleeting moment that echoed the beauty of life itself, a reminder to cherish every heartbeat, every laugh, every tear. In this tapestry of time, the past and future intertwined like threads in a loom, each life touching another, binding them together in a shared experience of existence. There was a bittersweet beauty in knowing that every beginning would lead to an ending, and yet, in that very cycle, they found solace. Saturn, with its rings of wisdom, whispered the truth of their reality. Life was a series of moments, each precious and irreplaceable, a dance woven into the fabric of the universe. As the villagers rose to prepare for the dawn, a sense of calm washed over them. The stories of Saturn and the cycle of life lingered in the air, a melody echoing in their hearts. They understood that the duality of time, like the rings of Saturn, was a constant presence, ever-turning, ever-present, guiding them through the labyrinth of existence. And with each step they took, they carried that wisdom forward, ready to embrace whatever came next in their inescapable journey through the tides of time. The night sky stretched infinitely above, a blanket of darkness sprinkled with shimmering lights. Among those twinkling wonders, two giants loomed large, their presence felt even from millions of miles away. Jupiter and Saturn, the majestic titans of the solar system, held stories that captivated the hearts of countless generations. Their beauty was not just in the way they appeared, but in the mysteries they held, an invitation to dream, to ponder the universe's very fabric. Jupiter, the king of the planets, stood proud with its swirling storms and vivid colors. As early as Babylonian times, ancient astronomers marveled at its brilliance, charting its movements with precise attention. They called it the bright star and linked it to the great god Marduk, believing it to be a celestial sign of power and authority. With each night that passed, its massive presence impacted the lives of those who looked up to it, serving as a guiding light to travelers and dreamers alike. The Great Red Spot, a storm larger than Earth itself, had raged for centuries. Picture the awe of a Babylonian stargazer, witnessing a swirling tempest that seemed to defy the very nature of time. What thoughts must have danced through their minds? Was it a wrathful god's eye, watching over them, or perhaps a cosmic whisper, reminding them of the chaos that lay beyond their own existences? They wrote of it in their clay tablets, but could they ever truly grasp its sheer magnitude? As the ancient Greeks came into the picture, they too named the planet after Zeus, the god of thunder and sky, cementing its status as a symbol of might and grandeur. Meanwhile, Saturn, with its ethereal rings, was a vision of elegance and wonder. Known as the farmer's planet, its name derived from the Roman god of agriculture, Saturnus, who taught humanity the secrets of sowing and reaping. The image of golden rings encircling a planet spun tales of harvest and bounty, invoking a sense of serenity and peace among those who gazed at the night sky. Ancient cultures looked up at Saturn and saw not just a planet, but a celestial mark of time. Its slow and deliberate path across the heavens mirrored the seasons of their own lives. The moment Galileo turned his telescope toward the heavens in the early 1600s, a revolution began. No longer were these celestial bodies mere points of light. They became worlds unto themselves. His observations of Saturn's rings ignited a spark of curiosity, igniting a fire in the hearts of astronomers everywhere. Yet, the beauty of Saturn was also a source of confusion, as Galileo struggled to describe what he saw. "What strange appendages!" he mused, unable to articulate the splendor before him. His sketches hinted at a world more complex than anyone could imagine, a tantalizing hint to the truths buried within the universe. As the years rolled on, more astronomers turned their gaze to these magnificent giants, yearning to unveil their secrets. Johannes Kepler, with his mathematical genius, tried to understand the orbits of these planets, realizing that their movements were not random but followed a beautiful dance governed by the laws of physics. This realization sent ripples through time, reshaping humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. With every calculation, with every observation, the barriers between the known and the unknown began to dissolve. But there was more. The 20th century brought the advent of space exploration, pushing the limits of human curiosity to the stars. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, launched in 1977, set out on a mission that seemed almost mythical. As they approached the gas giants, the first detailed images of Jupiter and Saturn were sent back to Earth, igniting a frenzy of excitement. The colors of Jupiter's cloud bands, the intricate patterns of its storms, and the icy beauty of Saturn's rings revealed secrets that had long been shrouded in mystery. The photographs sparked imaginations and dreams, filling hearts with an insatiable desire to know more. In the wake of these discoveries, the Hubble Space Telescope offered even more breathtaking views. The swirling clouds of Jupiter, vibrant and alive, beckoned scientists to study them, to ponder their origins and their future. With each image released to the world, humanity found a connection with these celestial bodies, an understanding that they were not so different from us. Jupiter's storms were chaotic, yet they created beauty. Saturn's rings seemed delicate, yet they remained unyielding against the vastness of space. And then came the Cassini mission, a daring expedition that would unravel Saturn's mysteries like a tapestry. As it swooped through its rings, sending back data that would redefine our understanding of the planet, the world held its breath. The thrill of discovery coursed through the veins of humanity. Saturn's moons, icy and enigmatic, hinted at the possibility of life beyond Earth, igniting a flicker of hope and wonder in many hearts. Could there be creatures, hidden beneath icy surfaces, waiting to share their own stories? With each passing moment, Jupiter and Saturn continued to dance in the night sky, magnificent and imposing. Their gravitational forces shaped the orbits of other celestial bodies, a reminder of their powerful presence. They were not just planets. They were messengers of the cosmos, whispering to humanity of the wonders that lay beyond the blue veil of Earth. The tides of the oceans, the rhythms of life, everything seemed somehow intertwined with these giants. As the past meets the present, the stories of Jupiter and Saturn continue to unfold, a cosmic saga that inspires awe and wonder. The night sky, once simply a canvas of stars, has transformed into a vast library filled with chapters of history, science, and dreams. Gazing up, one can almost hear the echoes of ancient voices, sharing their thoughts and musings, their fears and hopes, all drawn to the same celestial giants that still grace the sky tonight. The cosmos, with its endless mysteries, beckons. What lies ahead in the journey of understanding these celestial titans? Just as the ancient stargazers stared in wonder, so too does humanity continue to look up, driven by an innate desire to know more, to reach further, to dream bigger. Jupiter and Saturn stand watch, silent witnesses to the evolution of human thought, urging the next generation of dreamers and thinkers to rise and unlock the secrets of the universe. In the quiet of a starlit night, a young woman named Clara stood at her window, gazing out into the infinity above. The shimmering constellations seemed to whisper secrets of ancient wisdom, hinting at powerful forces that shaped the destinies of all who walked the earth. Among these celestial guardians, Jupiter and Saturn reigned supreme, their majestic presence casting long shadows across the landscape of human experience. Clara felt an electric tingle race down her spine, an awareness that these two planets were not mere dots in the sky. They were sentinels of fate, shaping her world in ways she had yet to comprehend. As Clara pondered the significance of her astrological houses, she recalled the tales woven through history, stories of kings and queens, of triumphs and tragedies, all under the watchful eyes of these two giants. Jupiter, the bringer of luck and expansion, had long held dominion over the realms of abundance, wisdom, and growth. In stark contrast, Saturn, the stern teacher, embodied discipline, boundaries, and the harsh lessons of reality. Together, they danced through the heavens, a cosmic duet that stirred emotions and set the stage for human drama. The houses of astrology, 12 sacred territories that map the human experience, Each resonated with the energies of these celestial bodies. Clara felt the pull of the first house, where the essence of self and identity resided. The moment Jupiter graced this house with its benevolent gaze, lives transformed, opportunities blossomed, confidence surged, and the world appeared as a canvas of limitless potential. Clara envisioned figures from history, like the great Alexander, whose ambitions soared under Jupiter's influence, conquering lands and hearts with an inspiring charisma. Yet, as she marveled at these moments of glory, shadows crept in. Saturn's entrance into the first house signaled a sobering shift. The joyous laughter of youth turned to a reflective silence, as individuals faced the weight of responsibility and self-doubt. Clara thought of artists who had struggled with their inner demons, the brilliant Vincent van Gogh, whose mind was often clouded by Saturn's heavy teachings. It was in those painful lessons where true resilience was born, where the seeds of greatness took root. With a shudder, Clara's thoughts drifted to the fourth house, the sanctuary of home and family. Jupiter here filled hearths with laughter and love, expanding families and forging bonds that felt unbreakable, much like the tales of the great Roman families who flourished under its watchful eyes. Yet, when Saturn took its turn, it turned the warmth into a test of endurance. Families fractured under the pressure of expectations, the weight of legacy. Clara felt the ache of countless hearts, just as she recalled the story of the tragic fall of noble lines, their splendor overshadowed by the relentless march of time and obligation. As she moved through the houses in her mind, the fifth house beckoned, creativity and joy. This was where dreams took flight, where art danced in brilliant hues and passions ignited like wildfires. Here, Jupiter's influence inspired countless masterpieces, from the whimsical sketches of Da Vinci to the stirring symphonies of Mozart. But when Saturn's energy enveloped this space, joy often turned to despair. The weight of expectation crushed the spirit, stifling creativity, leading artists to question their worth, as if they were mere shadows of their former selves. Moving to the seventh house, Clara could almost feel the pulse of partnership and love. Jupiter's blessings had crafted unions that felt like magic, igniting fireworks in the hearts of lovers, those whose stories were whispered through the ages, from Romeo and Juliet to Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy. However, when Saturn swept in, relationships faced trials that tested their very foundation. The struggles echoed through history, reminding Clara of the heartbreaks and separations, of the pain that tempered love into something deeper, more profound. With each house, the tension between Jupiter and Saturn painted a vivid picture of life itself, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow. Clara's heart raced as she moved through the ninth house of philosophy and wisdom. Jupiter shone here, illuminating paths of understanding, where travelers and scholars sought enlightenment. It was a realm of adventure, where people dared to dream beyond the horizon. Yet, Saturn's shadow loomed, reminding seekers of the harsh truths of existence, of the limits that reality imposed on lofty ideals. The stories of explorers lost at sea, of great thinkers who faltered before the enormity of their questions, echoed in Clara's mind, a haunting reminder of the struggles that accompany the pursuit of knowledge. As Clara's thoughts spiraled into the 11th house, the air crackled with the energy of friendships and communities. Under Jupiter's influence, bonds flourished and movements ignited, revolutions sparked by the shared hopes of like-minded souls. Clara felt a deep connection to the stories of those who fought for justice, inspired by the bonds forged in the fires of camaraderie. But then came the inevitable shift. When Saturn entered, the weight of isolation and betrayal often seeped into these connections, reminding her of the fragility of trust, of the alliances that crumbled under pressure. The emotional roller coaster continued as Clara's awareness transitioned to the 12th house, a sanctuary of the subconscious and the unseen. Here, Jupiter offered moments of spiritual awakening, gentle nudges toward the divine, and profound insights that could change the course of a life. Yet, when Saturn took its place, the darkness revealed itself. The trials of the soul surfaced, fears laid bare as individuals grappled with their inner shadows. Clara felt the tears of those who had faced their deepest insecurities, whose stories remained untold, hidden beneath layers of social expectation. As the stars outside twinkled with unyielding brilliance, Clara understood that the influence of Jupiter and Saturn was an eternal cycle, a rhythm that governed the fabric of existence. The emotions surged within her, a mix of hope and despair, of triumph and defeat. She could feel the weight of history pressing down upon her, urging her to reflect on the lessons embedded in the cosmic dance, to acknowledge the ever-present struggle between light and dark, between the grand dreams of Jupiter and the sobering reality of Saturn. With her heart racing and the night deepening, Clara knew that these celestial giants were not just distant orbs, but powerful forces that resonated within each human heart. Their stories intertwined endlessly, the tapestry of life continuing to unfold. And as she gazed upward, the stars beckoned her to understand that the journey, with all its highs and lows, was only just beginning. The air crackles with an electric anticipation, a whisper of ancient dreams that linger like the scent of autumn leaves. In the quiet corners of time, a figure looms large, cloaked in the ethereal glow of memory and myth. Saturn, the god of time and harvest, stands as a sentinel over a golden age where peace and prosperity blossomed like wildflowers in spring. It was an era said to overflow with abundance, where every man, woman, and child lived in harmony, free from toil and strife. He ruled not with an iron fist, but with a gentle hand, his mere presence a balm for weary souls. The fields were lush, the rivers sparkled like diamonds, and laughter echoed through the valleys. This was the age of innocence, where dreams flowed as freely as the wine at the plentiful feasts hosted under the stars. It is said that in those moments, humanity danced with the gods, a rhythm of joy that resonated through the very fabric of existence. Yet, like all stories of paradise, this one is tinged with shadows. The Golden Age, cherished in the hearts of many, is as much a reflection of human longing as it is of reality. Saturn's reign, though painted in vibrant hues of idealism, is shrouded in the complexities of desire and memory. The myth reveals itself in tantalizing fragments, each piece a glimmering shard of hope and despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the people gathered around flickering fires. Their faces glowed with warmth, hope flickering in their eyes like the flames before them. Tales of Saturn were shared, his benevolence woven into the fabric of their stories. Children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations ignited by the promise of a benevolent ruler who sought only their happiness. But beneath this idyllic surface, a haunting question lingered. Was such a paradise ever real, or simply a dream crafted by the minds of those yearning for a world unblemished by hardship? The laughter of the children echoed with joy, yet their innocence masked the shadows of doubt that lurked just beyond the glow of the firelight. As the moon rose high, its silvery beams washing over the landscape, a chill swept through the air. It whispered of the inevitable passage of time, the relentless march that always follows the golden years. For every story told of prosperity, there were murmurs of discontent, of a growing darkness that began to creep into the hearts of men. Contentment, it seemed, was as fleeting as the twilight sky. In the quiet of the night, the more reflective souls pondered the essence of Saturn's reign. Was it truly a golden age, or merely a fleeting illusion? The elders spoke of their ancestors who had witnessed the blessings of fertile lands and abundant harvests. Yet they also recounted tales of jealousy, greed, and the subtle erosion of trust that began like a whisper but grew into a roar. The fire crackled, casting shadows that danced like specters of the past, and for a moment, the people were caught in a trance. They could almost feel Saturn's presence among them, the weight of his ideals pressing down like a heavy cloak. He was not just a god, but a reflection of humanity's deepest desires. A yearning for a time when life was simple, when the fields yielded their bounty without the scars of labor. Yet as they spoke, the tension in the air thickened. A voice broke through the reverie, raw and trembling, questioning the very foundation of their dreams. What if Saturn's reign was a lie? It challenged, reverberating through the gathering like a thunderclap. The words hung heavy in the air, igniting a firestorm of emotions. The flickering flames mirrored the tumult within, and the beauty of the moment began to fracture. Arguments erupted, passions flared. Some clung fiercely to the notion of the Golden Age, their voices rising in a crescendo of defiance against the encroaching darkness of doubt. Others, however, saw the truth hidden beneath the gilded veneer. They spoke of the fragility of happiness, of the dangers of idealism that could lead to disillusionment. The very foundation of their cherished memories was under siege, and as the tension mounted, the laughter of children became a distant echo. In that charged atmosphere, the specter of Saturn loomed larger than life, a potent symbol of hope and despair intertwined. The very ideals he embodied, nurturing, peace, and joy, were now cast in stark relief against the realities of life. Each heartbeat pulsed with the weight of their collective longing, their dreams of an everlasting golden age beginning to seem like mere wishful thinking. The myth of Saturn had become a battleground of emotion, a clash between the yearning for an idyllic past and the painful truths of the present. The fires flickered once more, casting a soft, golden glow that illuminated the faces of the dreamers and doubters alike. Within that light, hearts ached, and tears glistened like dewdrops on morning grass. They were bound together by their humanity, each person a thread woven into the same tapestry of hope and despair. The glow of their aspirations flickered in tandem with the flames, a haunting reminder of the beauty and fragility of life. Time, relentless in its passage, pressed on. As the night deepened, the conversations grew softer, more introspective. They began to realize that the myth of the Golden Age was not simply a story of prosperity, but a reflection of their own desires and fears. The very ideals they yearned for were also the chains that bound them, a bittersweet reminder that beauty often comes hand in hand with pain. In that moment of shared vulnerability, their spirits intertwined, creating a tapestry of emotion that shimmered in the starlit sky above. They were no longer just dreamers or skeptics. They were fellow travelers on a winding path, navigating the landscape of hope and disillusionment, ever searching for a sign, a moment of grace that could bridge the gulf between the ideal and the real. And as the midnight hour approached, a stirring began. Somewhere in the distance, the haunting call of a nightingale pierced the air, a sweet lament filled with longing. It resonated through the heart of each listener, awakening the whisper of something new, something that flickered at the edges of their consciousness, hinting at the next chapter in their shared story. The night was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a deeper exploration, a quest that would take them deeper into the heart of their dreams and the shadows that danced within. In the shadow of the colossal gas giant from which it takes its name, Jupiter, a tale of ambition and downfall unfolded, echoing through the corridors of time. The air crackled with tension, as if the very universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of power and pride. It was a time when mortals danced dangerously close to the flame of their own hubris, captivated by the intoxicating allure of dominion. Consider the ancient Greeks, warriors and thinkers who built a civilization steeped in glory and tragedy. Their gods were capricious, reflecting the very essence of humanity, flawed, ambitious, and often self-destructive. Among them was Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, known for his thunderous power and relentless pursuit of control. He ruled with an iron fist, but with a flicker of that divine madness that so often accompanies absolute authority. His stories told of love and betrayal, of awe and terror, weaving together the threads of human emotion and divine intervention. In those early days, cities rose like titans, their marble columns stretching toward the heavens, a testament to the brilliance of human ingenuity. Yet, with each stone laid, a whisper emerged, a quiet acknowledgement of the impending peril. The pursuit of greatness, once a noble endeavor, began to twist and warp, feeding on itself like an insatiable beast. Leaders, intoxicated by their own reflection in the waters of power, began to lose their way, blinded by ambition and desire. Athens, the cradle of democracy, stood proudly, its citizens basking in the glow of their newfound power. They debated on the agora, voices rising and falling like waves against the shore. But beneath the surface of this bustling city, corruption festered. The very ideals that had brought them together, freedom, justice, began to fray at the edges. The wealthy elite, those who wore the robes of authority, manipulated the system, their greed obscuring the very principles they had once held dear. The people, caught in a web of lies and deceit, felt the weight of betrayal wrap around their hearts like a vice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the city, a sense of foreboding crept in. The echoes of laughter turned to whispers of dissent. The gods, too, watched with keen eyes, their expressions a mix of amusement and contempt. They reveled in the chaos, knowing that the greatest stories were birthed from the ashes of ambition. And so, like a storm gathering force, the winds of tyranny began to blow. In the years that followed, tyranny proved to be a seductive mistress. Leaders emerged, not as servants of the people, but as self-proclaimed kings, cloaked in the trappings of authority. One such figure was Alcibiades, a man of dazzling charm and relentless ambition. With a smile that could light up the darkest corners of the soul, he captivated the hearts of many, promising glory and victory. Yet beneath that charming facade lay a mind intoxicated by dreams of conquest and dominion. Alcibiades played the game of politics with ruthless precision, his moves calculated and devastating. He danced between alliances, a puppeteer pulling strings, and the people followed, mesmerized by his charisma. But power, once tasted, proved to be a double-edged sword. As his ambitions soared, so too did the resentment of those who felt eclipsed by his brilliance. Whispers of betrayal slithered through the streets, igniting the flames of discontent. What had begun as a quest for greatness spiraled into a vortex of chaos, where loyalty crumbled and trust shattered like glass. The moment arrived, a tipping point where the fragile facade of unity came crashing down. The Battle of Syracuse loomed, and with it, the weight of expectation pressed heavily on the shoulders of those who had once rallied behind Alcibiades. The clash of swords and the cries of warriors filled the air, a symphony of violence that echoed the darker instincts of humanity. In that tempest, the stakes grew higher, and the shadows deepened. The very gods found amusement in the tragic comedy unfolding before them, for they knew the inevitable outcome of unchecked ambition. As the smoke of battle slowly cleared, the echoes of glory turned to cries of despair. The people, who had once believed in the promise of their leaders, found themselves facing the bitter truth. Alcibiades, the architect of his own rise, became a pariah, his dreams disintegrating like ash in the wind. The hubris that had fueled his ascent now lay bare before the eyes of the very citizens who had placed their hopes in him. Yet the story did not end there. From the ashes of ambition, new figures emerged, their resolve forged in the crucible of tragedy. The remnants of a fallen empire began to rebuild, but the lessons of hubris and tyranny lingered in the air, a ghostly reminder of the cost of unchecked power. The gods, with their relentless gaze, watched as humanity struggled to rise again. Would they learn, or would they repeat the same mistakes, trapped in the cycle of ambition and downfall? Amid the ruins of once great cities, the whispers of the past echoed, filling the air with a haunting melody. Each tale of glory came with its counterpart of despair. The gods, shrouded in their divine disdain, continued to manipulate the fates of mortals. Would the people recognize the patterns of hubris, or would they fall into the same trap, ensnared by their desires? As the night deepened, and the stars twinkled like the eyes of the gods above, the story stretched onward, teetering on the edge of chaos and redemption. The dark side of Jupiter loomed large, a constant reminder that within the human heart lies the capacity for both greatness and destruction. The tension lingered, palpable and electric, urging the world forward into the next chapter of their shared saga, where the struggle against tyranny would take new forms, and the dance of ambition would continue. In the dim light of a small village, an old clock tower stood resolute, its hands frozen at 6:30. For generations, it had marked the passage of time for those who lived within its shadow, a constant reminder of days gone by and of moments yet to come. The people who passed beneath its crumbling facade often felt a shiver crawl up their spines, not just from the chill in the air but from the weight of history it bore. It was a symbol of Saturn, the god of time, who ruled over the cycles of life, teaching them lessons they often forgot in their rush to live. As dusk fell, the villagers would gather in a small square, their faces illuminated by flickering lanterns, sharing stories passed down through the ages. The tales were filled with triumphs and tragedies, echoing the lessons of patience and acceptance that Saturn embodied. Each story was a thread in the vast tapestry of their lives, woven together by the slow, relentless march of time. One evening, a young girl named Lila stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart racing with the kind of anticipation that only the unknown can bring. She had heard the elders speak of Saturn, recounting how he had taught them that the most cherished moments in life often came wrapped in layers of waiting and uncertainty. But Lila was in a hurry, her youthful spirit yearning to grasp the future, to chase her dreams like fireflies in the dark. As the villagers spoke, a gentle breeze whispered through the square, carrying with it a story from the past. It was about how, during a year of famine, the people prayed to Saturn for deliverance, hoping for quick change. Yet, it was not the immediate relief they received but the slow return of the seasons, the gradual blooming of crops, that ultimately saved them. The lesson was clear. Time, though sometimes cruel, held the power to heal, and patience was a virtue that could yield the sweetest fruits. Lila felt a stirring in her heart, a flicker of understanding. She thought of her own dreams, how she wanted to be an artist, to paint the world in colors that could make hearts soar. But each stroke of her brush seemed to fall short, each canvas a reminder of her impatience. The elder's words settled in her mind like dust in a sunbeam, illuminating shadows of doubt she had carried for too long. Then, there was the story of a beloved elder named Thomas, who had once been a great sailor. He had ventured into uncharted waters, seeking fortune and glory. Yet, he returned years later, not with riches, but with tales of storms weathered and lessons learned. Amid laughter and tears, the villagers whispered how Saturn had kept him safe, teaching him that acceptance of life's unpredictable tides was the true treasure. The clock tower chimed softly in the distance, a reminder that every moment builds upon the last. As Lila listened, her thoughts drifted back to her art. She imagined her paintbrush as a compass guiding her through uncharted waters. What if she embraced the uncertainties, the fears that clung to her like shadows? What if she allowed herself the time to grow, to fail, and to learn? She felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a flicker of hope ignited by the tales of those who had come before her. But then, a storm rolled in, dark clouds swirling overhead. The villagers gasped as thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to fall. Lila's heart raced again, this time with fear. The clock tower's hands seemed to twitch as if urging them to seek shelter, to hurry. She felt the familiar tug of impatience. Why must they wait for the storm to pass? Why not push forward even in the face of danger? Amid the chaos, an older woman named Agnes stepped forward, her voice strong despite the wind. She recounted her own struggles with acceptance, how she had fought against the inevitable, only to find peace in surrender. Saturn had taught her that sometimes waiting is an act of courage, a testament to the strength of the human spirit. The storm may rage, but it too shall pass, leaving behind a clearer sky. Lila watched as the villagers, despite their initial panic, began to gather in closer, huddling together, sharing warmth and laughter. In that moment, she realized that time was not just a ticking clock or a rigid schedule. It was the bonds they forged, the memories they created together. Patience turned into resilience, acceptance became strength, and in the midst of the storm, she understood that she wasn't alone. The rain poured down, but the laughter grew louder. They sang songs of old, their voices rising above the storm, echoing off the clock tower's weathered stones. Lila felt tears stream down her cheeks, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming beauty of the moment. Time would continue to flow, and so would she, embracing the waves that life sent her way. As the storm began to wane, the clouds parted, revealing stars that twinkled like diamonds in the sky. Lila, now filled with newfound understanding, looked around at her community, her heart swelling with love and gratitude. She felt as if Saturn himself were smiling down upon them, wrapping them in a gentle embrace, whispering those eternal lessons of time, patience, and acceptance. In the quiet that followed, Lila made a silent promise to herself. She would honor the lessons learned, allowing her dreams to unfold in their own time. The clock tower, though silent, spoke volumes in that moment. The ticking of time was never a race but rather a dance, a rhythm that swayed between moments of joy and sorrow. As she stood amidst the warmth of her community, she felt that first blush of acceptance blossom within her, igniting a fire of patience that would guide her steps forward. But just as the stars began to shine brighter, a distant rumble echoed across the horizon, a reminder that the journey was far from over. Each lesson shared, each story told, wove together in a tapestry of life. The next chapter awaited, filled with new challenges, new storms, and the promise that time would always be their greatest teacher. In the flickering torchlight of a war tent, shadows danced across the anxious faces of Roman generals. The air was thick with tension, each man aware that the fate of empires hung in the balance. Outside, a distant roar echoed, a sound of valor and fear intertwined. Soldiers were sharpening their blades, their hearts racing with anticipation, but deep within their souls, a prayer emerged, rising to the heavens. It was not just a prayer for victory. It was a plea for Jupiter's favor, the great god of thunder and war. Jupiter, towering above them with his formidable presence, was more than a distant deity. He was a promise, a beacon of hope, and a harbinger of strength. Whenever the legions marched into battle, they invoked his name, not just as a ritual but as a lifeline. "Jupiter Optimus Maximus," they shouted, their voices rising like a tempest. It was a battle cry that echoed through valleys and over mountains, threading its way into the very essence of Roman identity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky became a canvas of vibrant reds and purples, a cosmic display that seemed to signal Jupiter's attention. The generals recalled the fables of past victories, tales of how Jupiter had intervened at the last moment. The Battle of the Aurelian Walls stood vividly in their minds, a fierce clash where Roman resilience met the might of invading forces. In that crucial moment, as Roman shields clashed against enemy swords, lightning had erupted from the sky, dazzling the attackers and rallying the Romans. The sight of Jupiter's wrath had turned the tide, infusing the soldiers with a fierce energy that propelled them forward. Generals often consulted the augurs, those who interpreted the will of the gods, seeking signs that Jupiter was aligned with their intentions. A flock of birds taking flight, the position of the stars, each detail held significance. On the eve of a major campaign against the Carthaginians, a rare comet blazed across the sky, drawing gasps from the men who saw it as Jupiter's endorsement. The excitement coursed through their veins, igniting a fervor that would carry them into battle with unyielding determination. As dawn broke, illuminating the fields where fate was to unfold, soldiers gathered for the ceremonial offering to Jupiter. They sacrificed a white bull, its strength symbolizing purity and power. With every drop of blood spilled, they chanted prayers, their voices a harmonious blend of desperation and hope. The aroma of burning incense mingled with the scent of earth, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that inspired every man present. The moment felt sacred. It was a pact forged between mortals and the divine, a silent agreement that promised protection and glory. On that fateful day, the clash of armor rang out like the tolling of a bell, marking the beginning of an epic confrontation. The Romans surged forward, bolstered by divine confidence. As swords met flesh, the chaos of battle engulfed them. The adrenaline surged, and every heartbeat echoed Jupiter's name. Fear and courage danced together in an exquisite, terrifying ballet. They fought not just for land or honor but for the validation of their faith. With every enemy fallen, they envisioned Jupiter watching over them, his powerful gaze instilling strength in their limbs. Yet war was unpredictable and victory was never guaranteed. In the thick of it, when darkness threatened to overwhelm, a soldier named Marcus found himself cornered. His heart pounded, pulsing with the urgency of survival. Around him, the cries of comrades echoed like haunting whispers. But then, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the battlefield in a surreal brilliance. In that moment, Marcus felt an electric charge coursing through his veins, a reminder of Jupiter's presence. He raised his sword high, shouting, "For Jupiter!" The words broke free, and his comrades rallied, surrounding him, emboldened by the divine spark. As the battle raged on, the ground itself seemed to tremble under the weight of ambition and valor. One by one, the soldiers fell, but they fought with the ferocity instilled by their faith in Jupiter. The gods watched, but it was Jupiter who commanded the storms above, unleashing thunder to drown out the cries of despair. His will shaped the tide of war, reminding every soldier that they were part of something greater. The sky wept as if it too was part of the struggle, each raindrop a testament to the sacrifices made on the blood-soaked earth. The Romans, emboldened by the belief that Jupiter had anointed them as his chosen, pressed on. They fought with a unity forged in reverence, their hearts synchronized in a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of the earth. Each clash of steel felt like a heartbeat, echoing the pulse of Rome, their fates intertwined with the divine. It was more than a battle. It was a dance of destiny, where every soldier became a conduit for Jupiter's power. Yet history is filled with twists and turns. Even in triumph, shadows of doubt lingered. As the smoke of battle cleared, the victors stood tall, but murmurs of uncertainty crept in. Had Jupiter truly favored them? The omens were interpreted in many ways. Some saw the signs of victory as validation. Others feared the wrath that might come from hubris. The echoes of the battlefield transformed into whispers of anxiety. What would be the cost of their ambition? Would Jupiter's gaze shift, leaving them vulnerable? The tension hung in the air like charged particles before a storm, and the uncertainty gnawed at the hearts of men who had once been so confident. Yet, amid the turmoil, one thing remained clear. Jupiter was more than a deity. He was a symbol of their struggle, a constant reminder that their journey was far from over. The lessons of war lingered as they prepared for the challenges ahead, knowing that every conquest would demand a deeper commitment, a rekindling of faith that could withstand even the fiercest trials. The path of Rome was marked by glory and blood, and in the heart of every soldier burned a fierce desire to honor the god who had stood stalwart by their side. The stories of battles past and the promise of those yet to come intertwined, creating a tale that would echo through time, as unyielding as the very forces of nature that Jupiter wielded. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the dew-kissed fields, a sense of hope lingered in the air. Farmers, with weathered hands and tired eyes, stood before their plots, silently praying for a bountiful harvest. Each seed they planted was a dream, a promise wrapped in the soil. Yet, beneath this serene surface lay a powerful force that dictated the rhythm of their lives: the enigmatic presence of Saturn. Throughout history, Saturn has been more than just an astral body. It has been a symbol of resilience and endurance. The ancient Romans revered this planet, associating it with agriculture and the cycle of life. Saturn's festival, Saturnalia, was a time of joy and feasting, a time when the cold grip of winter loosened its hold, giving way to the promise of spring. It was a celebration of sowing seeds, both literally and metaphorically, where the community would come together to honor the mighty god of agriculture. In those days, the connection between celestial events and earthly outcomes was palpable, a bond woven tightly into the fabric of life. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating the rich greens of the fields, stories of Saturn's influence reverberated through the ages. The Egyptians, too, understood the power of the heavens. They aligned their planting schedules with the cosmic dance of Saturn, believing its positioning could dictate the fertility of their lands. The Nile, their lifeblood, would swell with each seasonal shift, but it was Saturn that provided the guiding light for when to plant and when to harvest. The farmers, hunched over their plows, understood that they were not merely working the soil. They were participants in a grand cosmic play, with Saturn as their unwavering director. The tension of uncertainty during planting season was palpable. A dry spell could ruin a crop, while an unexpected frost could turn hope into despair. In ancient Greek culture, Saturn was known as Cronus, the father of the gods, a figure who wielded both creation and destruction. Farmers would watch the skies for signs, their hearts racing with every shift of the stars. Would Saturn be benevolent this year, or would he bring calamity? The stakes were high, and the weight of their hopes pressed heavily on their shoulders. In the heart of the lush countryside, a small village thrived, woven together by the seasons and the cycles of Saturn. Each year, as the harvest moon rose in the sky, the villagers gathered at the edge of the fields, their voices a harmonious blend of anticipation and gratitude. They believed that the alignment of Saturn at this time would bless their crops, filling their granaries with grain and their tables with abundance. On those nights, under a canopy of stars, the village came alive with laughter, the aroma of freshly baked bread mingling with the crisp autumn air. But not every season was easy. There were years where the shadows of drought loomed large, where the ground cracked and the crops wilted in despair. The villagers would whisper late into the night, sharing stories of Saturn's past blessings and their hopes for the future. They lit candles, their flickering flames a beacon of perseverance against the darkness. The bond between Saturn and their fields felt almost like a conversation, one where the soil spoke through the grains, and the stars responded with whispers of hope. As the years passed, the villagers learned to read the signs of the heavens. They watched how Saturn's return to a specific position in the sky often heralded years of prosperity. They began to align their planting calendars with this celestial rhythm, an ancient wisdom guiding their hands. A deep-rooted belief formed within the community. The balance of the Earth's bounty relied on their respect for the cycles established long before their time. Their trust in Saturn and the agricultural practices that revered it became a cornerstone of their economic stability. The tension of the harvest season escalated as the villagers prepared for the climactic day. Each family contributed their hard work, their painstaking efforts reflected in the vibrant colors of the crops they had nurtured. Children scampered through the rows, their laughter a balm against the worries of their parents. Would the Earth yield enough? Would Saturn smile upon them this time? The questions hung heavy in the air, underscoring every joyful moment with a thread of anxiety. On the morning of the harvest, the sun rose like a blessing over the village. The fields, a kaleidoscope of gold and green, shimmered in anticipation. With baskets in hand, the villagers ventured into the fields, hearts racing with excitement and trepidation. Every ear of corn, every stalk of wheat represented countless hours of toil, an embodiment of sacrifice and hope. As the sun cast long shadows across the land, the villagers worked in unison, their actions a sacred dance. With each sheaf gathered, they felt the weight of their collective dreams. The air buzzed with emotion, the joy of abundance mingling with the fear of loss. Saturn's promise loomed large as they recalled stories of their ancestors, who weathered storms and droughts, their spirits unbroken. In the depths of their hearts, gratitude flowed like a river. They honored Saturn through rituals, offerings, and prayers, not just as a deity but as a guardian of the earth, a reminder of the fragile balance between man and nature. The harvest moon rose once again, a radiant symbol of their labor, illuminating their faces with hope and joy. Yet, as the final grains were gathered, the villagers would look to the heavens, eyes scanning the night sky for the slightest hint of Saturn's position. In that moment, the emotional current ran deeper. Would Saturn bless their next season? Would the cycle of abundance continue? Or would fate deal them a different hand? With stories echoing through their minds and the weight of tradition on their shoulders, the villagers stood united beneath the stars, ready to face whatever might come. The echoes of the past intertwined with the pulse of the present, creating a tapestry of resilience that spanned generations. The cycle was far from over. The influence of Saturn pulsed with the rhythm of their lives, forever binding them to the land and to one another. The air crackled with anticipation in the ancient city of Rome, where the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the sky. Shadows danced against the marble temples dedicated to gods who once ruled the hearts of men. It was here, amid the whispers of the past, that the story of worship began to shift like the tides of the Tiber River. Saturn, the god of time and harvest, had for centuries held sway over the faithful, but an insatiable hunger for something grander simmered beneath the surface of Roman society. As twilight fell, the flickering flames of oil lamps illuminated the faces of devoted worshippers, their eyes gleaming with hope and a hint of fear. They gathered at the Temple of Saturn, where the sound of sacrificial offerings filled the air, a ritual steeped in tradition, yet tinged with an underlying tension. Saturn was a god of the old ways, revered for his connection to agriculture and the earth. Yet, as the world around them evolved, so too did their desires for the divine. They longed for a god who could embody the grandeur and power of the cosmos. In the distance, another presence stirred, Jupiter, the king of the gods, whose name echoed like thunder across the skies. Tales of his might and authority resonated through the city. He was not just a god. He was a force of nature, a beacon of strength that beckoned to the restless souls. The pulse of change quickened, as people began to question whether Saturn's quietude could ever satisfy their ambitions. They sought a divine protector who could not only nurture but also bestow victory and prestige. The transition was palpable. As the annual Saturnalia festival approached, a bittersweet sense of nostalgia hummed in the air. It was a time of feasting and merriment, a temporary suspension of social norms, where even the lowest could sit at the same table as the highest. Yet, amid the festivities, whispers of Jupiter crept through the streets like a gentle wind, coaxing the faithful to look skyward. Instead of Saturn's earthy blessings, they craved the promise of triumph and glory. Underneath the joyous laughter lay an unease. In the flickering candlelight, a priestess stood at the altar, her voice trembling as she invoked Saturn's name. She felt the weight of the old god's legacy pressing down on her shoulders. Tradition dictated respect and reverence. Yet as she spoke, her heart raced at the thought of Jupiter's impending rise. Each word felt like a tether to a past that was slipping away, traded for the allure of something greater. A god who would not only listen but act. The first signs of change appeared when a comet streaked across the night sky, igniting a mixture of awe and fear among the citizens. Was it a sign from the heavens? A celestial herald proclaiming the ascendancy of Jupiter? The comet's tail glimmered like a promise, hinting at the power that would soon reshape their devotion. As the flames of Saturn's worship flickered, the stars seemed to align for Jupiter, igniting a fervor that could not be extinguished. In the months that followed, temples once devoted to Saturn began to echo with the chants of Jupiter's priests. The once respected rituals of the harvest morphed into elaborate ceremonies steeped in grandeur. People adorned themselves in flowing robes, their hearts ablaze with a fervent hope for divine intervention. Each prayer whispered to Jupiter was laced with a mixture of fear and excitement, as they yearned for his mighty protection against the uncertainties of life. The transformation was not merely a shift in gods. It was a metamorphosis of the very soul of Rome. As Jupiter's power grew, so too did the sense of betrayal among the old gods. Saturn, once the pinnacle of worship, now faded into the background like a distant memory. The old rituals were replaced with extravagant displays of offerings, where gold and silver poured forth to honor Jupiter. The clinking of coins became a new hymn, resonating in the hearts of the people. Saturn's once sacred harvest festival became a celebration not of gratitude, but of ambition and conquest, a battlefield of devotion. Yet, not all were swept away by the tide of change. Some clung desperately to the old ways, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of Saturn. They whispered prayers in the shadows, lighting candles in the flickering darkness. A deep yearning lingered, a haunting call to remember the simpler times when the earth was sacred. With every passing day, they felt like relics, objects of a fading past, caught between the heartbeat of a new age and the remnants of their history. In the public squares, the tension crackled like a summer storm. Two worlds collided, the steadfast, nurturing spirit of Saturn versus the fierce, unyielding ambition of Jupiter. Friends turned against friends, families split over their choice of God, and the very fabric of society seemed to fray at the edges. The passionate debates echoed through the streets, emotions flaring as struggles for loyalty and faith unfolded. Jupiter's followers, emboldened by visions of greatness, denounced the old rites with fervor, casting Saturn into the shadows. As the winter solstice approached, a fateful decision loomed over the city. Would they choose Saturn's calm embrace one last time, or would they surrender entirely to Jupiter's fierce allure? The night before the festival, an unearthly silence enveloped Rome. People lay awake, torn between nostalgia and the thrill of the unknown. They felt the pulse of the city thrum beneath their feet, a promise of change that crackled in the air, intensifying with every heartbeat. With each tick of the clock, they could sense the weight of their choice. Would they cling to the traditions of Saturn, or would they step into the future, welcoming Jupiter with open arms? The tension was palpable, a moment suspended in time, waiting for the dawn to break and reveal their fate. The ancient gods watched with bated breath, the specters of their legacy hovering in the twilight. As the city of Rome prepared to cast its lot in the eternal struggle between past and future, between what was and what could be, the stars twinkled above the ancient city, their light whispering secrets of an age-long past. People gathered in the marketplace, shadows flickering in the dim glow of lanterns, as a heated discussion ignited. What controls our destiny? A voice thundered over the murmur of the crowd. Is it fate, an unyielding force, or do we carve our own paths through the chaos? The air thickened with anticipation, as the tension of the moment wrapped around everyone like a shroud. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, philosophers squared off like gladiators in the arena. On one side, the Stoics, with their poised expressions and calm demeanor, argued that fate was a grand tapestry, woven by the hands of the gods. They believed every flicker of life was predetermined, a celestial plan unfolding in perfect harmony. To them, Jupiter, the king of the gods, ruled over the fates, his mighty hand guiding mortals through the trials of life. They recited verses of old, where Jupiter's thunderous voice echoed through the ages, declaring, "What is meant to be will be." On the other side stood the Epicureans, their eyes alight with passion. They challenged the very fabric of fatalism, insisting that humans possess the divine gift of free will. "We are not puppets dancing on the strings of fate," one passionate orator shouted, his voice rising above the din. "Our choices shape the universe. We are the architects of our own destinies." The crowd roared in approval, a wave of emotion washing over the gathering, fueled by the belief in their power to choose. Tension thickened like a storm brewing on the horizon. As arguments clashed, it became clear that Jupiter and Saturn were not just celestial bodies. They stood as symbols in this philosophical battle. Jupiter, the embodiment of authority and fate, called forth feelings of inevitability. Saturn, with his rings of time, represented the relentless passage of life, the moments that slip through our fingers like grains of sand. In some corners, stories of the mighty Saturn, once a Titan himself, were shared, a god who devoured his own children to prevent a prophecy of uprising. The chilling tale resonated in the hearts of listeners, stirring the fear of destiny's cruel grip. Was it truly possible to escape such a fate? Could one defy the very essence of their existence? As the debates intensified, the crowd was electrified, their emotions surging and falling like the tides. There were those who believed they could outsmart fate, that they could rise above the cosmic chess game played by the gods. Yet, as the arguments devolved into chaos, a sense of unease crept in. What if, behind every choice lay a predetermined path, one laid down by the celestial bodies that hung above? Fingers pointed skyward as an old man, with a voice that trembled like autumn leaves, spoke softly yet confidently. "Look at the planets." Jupiter and Saturn danced through the night, their orbits fixed, just like our lives. The crowd fell silent, his words hanging in the air like the scent of rain before a storm. Was their existence a mere reflection of the grand design, or were they truly the masters of their own fate? A girl, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears, spoke of her dreams. "I wish to be a poet," she declared, her voice trembling. "But must I submit to the fate of a farmer, as my father insists?" Her question pierced the hearts of many. The crowd gasped, feeling the weight of her despair. How many dreams were crushed under the weight of expectation? How many hearts had been silenced by the grim specter of fate? As the discussions swirled, memories of ancient philosophers hung in the air, their voices echoing through time. Socrates, with his relentless questioning, had sparked thoughts of free will. Plato introduced the realm of forms, suggesting that while our physical world is bound by fate, the spirit remains free. Yet, Aristotle posited that while fate exists, the choices we make are vital, entwining our destinies with our actions. The tension escalated as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched like the uncertainty within each person. Arguments turned into passionate cries, and a palpable sense of urgency electrified the atmosphere. The boundaries between fate and free will blurred, and the very essence of existence hung in the balance. Through the noise, an enigmatic figure emerged. A soothsayer, draped in flowing robes, her eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. She beckoned the crowd closer, her voice soothing yet filled with a foreboding sense of inevitability. "Listen," she said, "for the stars themselves whisper the truth. Fate and free will entwine like lovers in an eternal embrace. Each choice you make sends ripples through the cosmos, yet the stars above guide your way." Gasps echoed through the crowd. Fear and awe danced together in their hearts. Could they truly claim their power while being cradled in the arms of fate? The tension reached a fever pitch, emotions boiling over like a pot on the brink of spilling. As night fully enveloped the city, the celestial bodies shimmered brightly, each one a reminder of the cosmic dance taking place above. Jupiter and Saturn, locked in their eternal orbits, became symbols of the struggle beneath. The crowd, filled with hope and despair, stood at the intersection of fate and choice, their lives teetering on the edge of existence. With every heartbeat, the question lingered. Was freedom an illusion, or was it the ultimate truth waiting to be embraced? The night was electric, a moment suspended in time, filled with the promise of possibility and the weight of destiny. And as the stars blinked down, the people, caught in the throes of their own lives, were left pondering the true nature of their existence, unaware that the debate was only just beginning. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient Roman Forum, where whispers of gods and men intertwined in the twilight. Among these echoes, two powerful deities stirred: Jupiter, the king of the heavens, and Saturn, the cloaked figure of time and harvest. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of existence held its breath, waiting for a moment that would ripple through history. Jupiter stood tall, his presence commanding. With a thunderbolt in one hand and a scepter in the other, he radiated authority and benevolence. His gaze swept across the people gathered below, a multitude filled with hopes, dreams, and reverence. He embodied light and prosperity, a beacon of hope in times of uncertainty. Yet, lurking in the shadows, Saturn watched with a heavy heart, an ancient sadness etched deep into his weathered features. Unlike Jupiter, he ruled over the unseen time, fate, and the cyclical nature of life. It was this dynamic that set the stage for a grand conflict, a timeless dance between abundance and restraint. Jupiter sought expansion, the flourishing of civilization, while Saturn, with his patient wisdom, reminded all that with every bounty came the inevitability of decay. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, their fates intertwined, creating a tension that would echo through the ages. The crowd murmured, sensing the impending clash. A farmer, sun-kissed and weary, turned to his neighbor. "Will the harvest be plentiful this year? Will the rains come in time?" His voice trembled with a blend of hope and dread. Saturn, standing by, listened intently, his heart aching for the man's burdens. He understood the cycles of life, knew that prosperity often danced hand in hand with sacrifice. Yet, Jupiter, sensing the farmer's worry, roared with a voice like thunder, "Fear not, I shall bless this land. Abundance awaits you." His words rolled over the crowd, igniting a spark of joy and relief. Laughter erupted, but within the laughter lay a fragile thread of tension, a reminder that every celebration carried the weight of its counterpart: loss, toil, and, ultimately, the passage of time. As night enveloped the forum, The flickering torches illuminated Saturn's somber expression. He beckoned to the crowd, his voice soft yet powerful. "Remember, my children, all things must come to pass. The seasons change, and so must you." His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, yet they were drowned out by the revelry that Jupiter incited. The tension between the two deities grew palpable, as if the fabric of reality itself was being stretched. In a moment of sheer brilliance, Jupiter called forth a festival, a celebration of life and abundance. Music soared through the air, and dancers adorned in vibrant colors twirled and leapt, their movements a reflection of joy. The crowd joined in, their spirits lifted, but in the periphery, Saturn remained, a solitary figure against the whirlwind of festivities. The laughter felt hollow to him, resonating like a distant echo of joy that masked the deeper truths of existence. Yet, even as the laughter echoed through the night, Saturn's presence loomed large. A child, spinning in delight, stumbled and fell, her laughter fading into tears. The revelers paused, and in that moment, all eyes turned toward Saturn, the figure who understood the fragility of joy and sorrow. He knelt beside the girl, whispering ancient words of comfort. In that gentle interaction, the crowd felt a shift, as Saturn reminded them that even in the depths of despair, there lay a path to healing. Jupiter, watching from afar, felt an unfamiliar pang of uncertainty. He had always been the glorious one, the protector and provider, but this moment revealed a depth he had never acknowledged. Saturn, with his quiet strength, held a truth that challenged Jupiter's very essence. A battle raged within him, the king of gods torn between his desire to protect and the undeniable reality of the cycle of life. As the festival reached its pinnacle, an unexpected storm brewed on the horizon. Dark clouds gathered, heavy with the promise of rain, and the winds howled like a chorus of ancient spirits. Jupiter, sensing the impending chaos, raised his arms skyward. "I will shield you from this tempest." But as his voice thundered across the square, Saturn stepped forward, his hand raised in caution. "Let it come," Saturn urged, his voice steady like the roots of an ancient tree. "For in the storm we find growth. In the aftermath we learn resilience." The crowd shifted uneasily, their joy faltering at the edge of uncertainty. They looked to Jupiter for reassurance, yet the king found himself at a crossroads, caught between his instinct to protect and the wisdom of balance that Saturn offered. The storm erupted, rain lashing down upon the revelers, extinguishing their torches and soaking their vibrant garments. Panic ensued as laughter turned to cries, and the joyous festival transformed into a chaotic flight for shelter. Jupiter's heart raced, his power swirling within him, ready to unleash divine intervention. But then, amidst the chaos, he saw Saturn standing still, unyielding, accepting the storm's fury with open arms. Time stretched thin in that moment. The crowd, drenched and disheveled, huddled under makeshift shelters, unsure of what to do next. And there, in that melee of confusion, a revelation dawned upon Jupiter. Perhaps the storm could cleanse, perhaps it could bring new life, much like the passing of seasons. As thunder rolled, both gods stood at the precipice of understanding. Jupiter, embodying the pursuit of glory, and Saturn, the keeper of time, both knew that not every moment could be filled with unbridled joy. The interplay between them flowed like the rhythm of the universe, a delicate balance of chaos and order. A hush fell over the crowd as the storm began to wane, revealing a double rainbow arching across the sky. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the ruins as the sun broke through the clouds. In that fleeting moment, Jupiter and Saturn caught each other's gaze, an unspoken agreement passing between them. They understood now, without the need for words, that their roles were intertwined, forever dancing in a cosmic ballet that shaped the fate of humanity. And as the last drops of rain fell, and the people emerged from their shelters, they found themselves transformed. Joy mingled with the awareness of fragility, and laughter danced alongside tears. The gods watched as the crowd embraced their duality, a living testament to the balance between prosperity and sacrifice, life and death. In that moment of unity, the story continued to unfold, threads woven together in a tapestry of human experience, where the echoes of Jupiter and Saturn lingered, guiding the next chapter of existence, forever entwined in the hearts of those below. In the flickering glow of an old cinema, shadows danced across the screen as the audience sat entranced by the latest blockbuster. The flicks and flashes of vivid colors cast by the projector illuminated the faces of the viewers, all wide-eyed and breathing in the magic of storytelling. Suddenly, a great storm erupted on screen, a tempest that roared with the power of Jupiter and crackled with the energy of Saturn. In that moment, the ancient gods were reborn, not in their original form, but reimagined in ways that connected with those who had long forgotten their names. Jupiter, king of the gods, was not merely a figure from dusty textbooks. He was the embodiment of triumph, ambition, and a raw, magnetic charisma that drew people in. Movies painted him not just as a ruler, but as a flawed leader, full of ambition yet riddled with doubts. In one epic scene, he stands atop a mountain, lightning crackling at his fingertips, his face a mask of both power and uncertainty. The audience felt the tension, the pulse of history colliding with modern fears. What does it mean to lead? What is the price of power? Saturn, on the other hand, shrouded in mystery, took on the guise of a brooding figure. He wasn't just the grim reaper of gods. He was the keeper of time, the harbinger of change. The stories told today weave through his narratives, exploring the deep-seated anxieties of loss and transformation. In one poignant moment, Saturn gazes at a dying world, his eyes heavy with regret, stirring a sense of sorrow and reflection. The viewers couldn't help but feel their own fears of obsolescence and the ticking clock of life, resonating with Saturn's burden. Both deities found new life in the lyrics of a song that swept through the airwaves like wildfire, rising to the top of the charts. Lyrics poured over listeners like a warm embrace, capturing the essence of these celestial beings in a way that felt personal, electric. Fans sang along, their voices rising in unison, feeling a connection to the ages. Jupiter and Saturn became more than mere myths. They transformed into symbols of hope and despair, love and loss, played out in the everyday dramas of life. Television, too, contributed to this modern narrative. A series captivated audiences as it depicted the duality of these giants. Each episode peeled back layers of their personalities, revealing struggles and triumphs that echoed the human experience. Jupiter's charm contrasted with Saturn's heavy wisdom. Each character represented a different aspect of life. Viewers formed attachments, rooting for Jupiter's victories and grieving with Saturn's defeats. Their fates intertwined in a complex dance of fate and free will. The world of video games opened yet another door, allowing players to engage with these ancient gods in ways that were previously unimaginable. With every button pressed, they became the architects of their own stories. Jupiter's might could be harnessed to vanquish enemies, while Saturn's wisdom offered guidance through the treacherous paths of life. Gamers found empowerment in these interactions, feeling the weight of their choices, reflecting on the nature of power, and questioning what it meant to lead while accepting responsibility. Art and literature also breathed life into these age-old figures. Exhibitions showcased paintings that depicted Jupiter as a radiant, handsome figure, his throne adorned with the splendor of the cosmos. Saturn, cloaked in shadows, was portrayed with a sense of melancholy, an artist's brush capturing both his grandeur and his sorrow. In books, their stories twisted and turned, revealing new interpretations that resonated with contemporary struggles and triumphs. Readers turned the pages with bated breath, eager to uncover how these mythic beings reflected their own lives. Social media became a platform for discussion, where memes and imagery sparked conversations about fate, ambition, and the human condition. A tweet here, a shared post there, each interaction creating ripples that connected people across the globe. The stories of Jupiter and Saturn flowed through digital spaces, blending with the realities of a world grappling with uncertainty. The hashtags trended, and soon everyone was talking about the gods who represented the fight against the odds, the battle between hope and despair. As the days turned into weeks, The influence of these reimagined deities seeped into the very fabric of society. Jupiter's confidence inspired a new wave of leadership among the youth, emboldening them to chase their dreams and redefine success. Saturn's lessons lingered in conversations about the importance of embracing change, pushing individuals to confront their emotions and accept the inevitable cycles of life. Each whispered story, each shared experience, wove a tapestry that felt both ancient and new. The colors of Jupiter and Saturn bled into everyday life. A graffiti mural on a city wall, a phrase from a modern poem, a moment captured in a fleeting glance. They were no longer just characters from mythology but living embodiments of the human spirit. And in this entanglement, the lines blurred between past and present, myth and reality. In the midst of this vibrant cultural renaissance, something beguiling was brewing beneath the surface. Artists began to envision alternate realities where Jupiter and Saturn clashed in cosmic battles, each seeking to influence the fates of worlds. The tension was palpable, and the audiences were on the edge of their seats as stories unfolded that echoed the conflicts in their own lives. The battle for justice, the fight against time, all played out beneath the vast tapestry of stars that had watched over humanity for millennia. With every heartbeat, the world seemed more intertwined, each story a thread connecting the past to the present, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. The enchanting dance of Jupiter and Saturn, their narratives interwoven with the threads of human emotion, spun a web that held the promise of adventure, reflection, and connection. The stars above twinkled with the knowledge that this was only the beginning, a prologue to something much grander yet to unfold. And as the lights dimmed in that old cinema, the minds of the audience swirled with thoughts of fate and ambition, their hearts racing with anticipation for what was to come. In the silent halls of ancient Rome, shadows flickered against the marble walls, where the whispers of destiny lingered. Jupiter loomed large in the minds of the people, a figure wrapped in the splendor of power and ambition. Revered as the king of gods, he forged paths for leaders, igniting their dreams with the relentless fire of possibility. His thunderous voice echoed in the marble arenas, stirring emotion in the hearts of all who sought greatness. But beneath the layers of glory, a darker truth simmered, a raw edge of ambition that could just as easily lead to ruin. Beside him stood Saturn, cloaked in a heavy shroud of time and contemplation, a stark contrast to the exuberance of his celestial counterpart. Saturn's presence felt like the weight of 1,000 years. He was the guardian of boundaries, the keeper of hard lessons, and the relentless force of limitation. Where Jupiter soared high, Saturn tread carefully, teaching the value of patience, sacrifice, and the inevitable passage of time. Their dance was one of tension and balance, each embodying the depths of human experience. In ancient texts, Jupiter's archetype ignited the flames of courage and enthusiasm. Leaders would appeal to him, seeking his favor before embarking on wars or establishing empires. The historian Livy chronicled the fervor of Roman generals as they made sacrifices to Jupiter Optimus Maximus, beseeching the god for victory. The air would thrum with anticipation, the scent of incense rising like hopes toward the heavens. Yet the very power that empowered them could consume them. The rise of Julius Caesar, a man of ambition who claimed the mantle of Jupiter himself, serves as a haunting reminder. His ascent was meteoric, yet the shadows of envy and betrayal loomed close, leading to his untimely fall, a sacrifice to the very ambition that once drove him. Across time, the resonance of Saturn's archetype whispered in the minds of artists and philosophers. His lessons shaped the works of great thinkers like Plato and Aristotle, who grappled with the nature of existence and the weight of moral choices. The melancholic beauty of Saturn lingered in the reflective brushstrokes of artists who painted the passage of time, evoking the bittersweet reality of human life. In the melancholic twilight, Saturn's voice echoed through the ages, reminding all of the limits that time imposes. He was the silent guardian of wisdom, urging everyone to confront their own mortality. The stories that emerged from his influence were often steeped in sorrow, yet they revealed profound truths about resilience and the beauty found in hardship. As the ages turned, the interplay between Jupiter and Saturn grew even more intricate. The Renaissance sparked a fervor for exploration, and the archetypes ignited the imaginations of those like Galileo, who looked to the skies and dared to question the heavens. Jupiter's influence pushed him toward discovery, yet it was Saturn's grounding force that kept him questioning the very nature of existence. This tension was palpable, a struggle between the ambition to reach for the stars and the caution of recognizing one's limits. Galileo's discoveries brought awe, but they also birthed conflict with the Catholic Church, revealing the price of enlightenment and the complexities of faith. In the streets of Florence, a city ignited by creativity, Michelangelo felt the heavy hand of Saturn guiding his chisel as he carved David from marble. The exquisite form of the young hero captured the essence of human struggle, embodying the triumph of spirit against adversity. Jupiter's passion surged through the artist's veins, yet it was the long, arduous hours of labor, Saturn's influence, that transformed stone into a living testament of beauty and strength. The statue stood, not just as a figure of glory but as a lasting reminder of the discipline and sacrifice required to achieve greatness. Time pressed on, relentless as Saturn himself. The Industrial Revolution unleashed a wave of ambition that seemed invincible. Figures like Thomas Edison and Henry Ford embodied the spirit of Jupiter, fueled by dreams of innovation and progress. Yet, behind the scenes, Saturn's lessons echoed in the factories, where the toil of laborers revealed the harsh realities of exploitation. The air thick with the smoke of industry was a stark reminder of the consequences of unchecked ambition. As Edison flicked the switch to light up cities, the shadows of those who paid the price for progress loomed larger than ever. The conflicts between these two celestial forces continued to shape narratives through the ages. The harrowing tales of World War I and II illustrated the stark choices made by nations, influenced by the unyielding drive for power against Saturn's cautionary whispers. Leaders like Winston Churchill and Franklin D. Roosevelt, embodying Jupiter's strength, faced the heavy burden of decisions that would alter the course of history. The weight of their choices bore down on them, a reminder that ambition must always be tempered by wisdom. The battlefields became a somber canvas painted with the consequences of unchecked ambition, illustrating the delicate balance between the desires of Jupiter and the realities imposed by Saturn. In modern times, the archetypes of Jupiter and Saturn manifest in the daily lives of individuals wrestling with their own ambitions and limitations. The entrepreneur striving to launch a dream, fueled by the exhilarating promises of Jupiter, is often met with the sobering voice of Saturn, reminding them of market realities and challenges. The artist pouring soul into their work feels the fire of Jupiter spur them on, yet they also confront the daunting questions of whether their efforts will resonate or fade into obscurity. The dance continues, a pulsating rhythm of aspiration and reality, of dreams and hard truths. And there, in the shadows of our own lives, the echoes of Jupiter and Saturn resonate, teaching us about the dual nature of existence. The thrill of reaching for the stars is always tinged with the weight of responsibility, a reminder that the pursuit of greatness must be guided by the wisdom of experience. The stories of ambition and limitation intertwine, creating a rich tapestry that defines the human condition, a continuous flow of emotion and tension that refuses to fade. What lies ahead in this intricate dance remains a mystery, an unfolding narrative where ambition meets wisdom at every turn. The tension between these two archetypes invites us to reflect on our own journeys, compelling us to confront the choices that define us, even as we reach for the heavens. The air hums with the promise of what is yet to come, a story that is only just beginning to unfold, intertwining the fates of those who dare to dream with the lessons of those who have walked before. The eternal struggle continues, and in its depths, new revelations await to emerge. In a dimly lit cave, shadows danced on the walls, their flickering forms telling stories older than time itself. A figure, hunched over a flickering flame, scribbled furiously on a piece of weathered parchment. This was the moment when ancient myths began to weave themselves into the fabric of human history, threading together tales of power, betrayal, and the universal struggle for dominance. Throughout the ages, the narrative spun from these dark recesses would echo across borders, cultures, and generations, each echo amplifying the age-old battle between good and evil. In the vast plains of Mesopotamia, two deities stood at odds. Marduk, the god of creation, wielded a bow that could split the very heavens, while Tiamat, the primordial goddess of chaos, stirred restlessly in the depths of the ocean. Their conflict, a fierce clash of order versus chaos, was not merely a struggle for dominion. It was the very foundation of existence itself. The epic of creation unfolded, depicting how Marduk defeated Tiamat, slicing her in two to form the heavens and the earth. The tension in this tale mirrored the fears and hopes of civilizations as they sought to tame the chaos of their own lives. Across the seas, in the realm of ancient Greece, the gods played their games on Mount Olympus, but it was the mortals who faced the brunt of their whims. Prometheus, a titan who dared to steal fire from the gods, ignited a rebellion against the divine. His act of defiance was not just about bringing light to humanity. It reflected a powerful struggle for knowledge and independence. But the consequences were dire. Zeus, the king of the gods, punished Prometheus with eternal torment, chaining him to a rock where an eagle would feast on his liver. Each night, the liver would grow back, only to be devoured again. This relentless cycle of pain resonated deeply within human souls, showcasing the stark reality of pursuing power and the price it often exacts. In the icy landscapes of Norse mythology, the tale of Odin and the Aesir gods unfolded against the backdrop of an impending apocalypse, Ragnarok. Odin, the All-Father, sought wisdom at any cost, even sacrificing an eye to drink from the well of knowledge. The tension simmered as he prepared for the final battle against the giants. As each god met their fate, Thor, battling the Midgard serpent, and Loki, the trickster, sowing chaos, the narrative became a chilling reminder of the fragility of power. The cycle of life and death, creation and destruction, echoed the struggles within every heart, every society, as the quest for supremacy danced perilously close to annihilation. In the lush jungles of ancient India, the Mahabharata unfolded, portraying the epic war of Kurukshetra, where the Pandavas and Kauravas clashed in a battle for the throne. The tension was palpable, as brothers turned against brothers, guided by the heavy hand of fate. Arjuna, the reluctant warrior, faced a moral crisis, torn between duty and kinship. Krishna, his charioteer, offered wisdom that transcended the battlefield, teaching him about righteousness, power, and the inevitable cycle of life. The emotional weight of the struggle resonated with those who read or listened to the tale, reflecting the inherent conflicts within their own lives. Farther south, in the depths of African folklore, the tale of Anansi the spider emerged, a story rich with humor and cunning. Anansi, a trickster figure, often found himself in precarious situations, outsmarting stronger foes. The struggle for power here was not fought through swords and shields, but through wit and cunning. Anansi's tales were filled with laughter and lessons, highlighting that intelligence could often triumph where brute strength could not. The stories, passed down through generations, whispered of the complexities of power and the myriad ways it could be wielded. As the sun dipped below the horizon in ancient Japan, the tales of samurai and spirits intertwined. The story of Yamato Takeru, a young prince, showcased the heroic struggle against adversity. Armed with a sword blessed by the gods, he battled mythical beasts and rival clans. Yet, the true power struggle lay not in the physical realm, but within his own heart, as he grappled with loyalty, honor, and destiny. The emotional intensity of his journey echoed the timeless conflict between one's duty and personal desires, resonating with anyone who had ever faced a crossroads in their life. In the Americas, the legends of the Aztecs and the Mayans painted vivid pictures of gods and heroes embroiled in eternal conflicts. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, represented the struggle for knowledge and civilization, while Tezcatlipoca, the god of night and conflict, embodied chaos and war. Their stories, rich with symbolism and vibrant imagery, revealed the delicate balance between creation and destruction, echoing the timeless human experience of striving for power amidst uncertainty. With each turn of the page, as these mythologies unfolded, they revealed the raw emotions of their heroes and villains. The delicate dance of power, the bitter taste of betrayal, and the sweet relief of victory intertwined in a web that connected every culture, every time. The struggles for supremacy, whether between gods or mortals, became a mirror reflecting society's deepest fears and aspirations. As the moon cast its silvery light across the world, the stories whispered of a truth that transcended the ages. Power, in all its forms, is a double-edged sword, can build empires or bring about ruin. It can elevate the spirit or crush it beneath its weight. The tales of ancient myths, with their rich histories and emotional depths, connected humanity, threading through time and space, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps and lingering questions. In the quiet moments of reflection, the power struggles echoed in the hearts of listeners and readers alike, igniting a spark of recognition. The quest for power, the battles fought in the shadows, and the sacrifices made in the name of ambition resonated within their own stories, intertwining their fates with those of ancient heroes and gods. And as history marched relentlessly forward, the echoes of those struggles would continue to shape the narratives of tomorrow, reminding all that the battle for power is as eternal as the stars themselves, always just beyond reach, yet ever present in the human experience. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient temple, whispers of gods linger like echoes in the air. Shadows dance on the walls, telling tales of powerful beings who shaped the world. Long ago, the Titans ruled with strength and fury, their legends woven into the very fabric of existence. From their heights, they cast vast shadows, and their influence reaches far beyond their time, seeping into the hearts of modern religions and spiritual beliefs. The Titans, colossal figures of Greek mythology, were more than mere characters in stories. They embodied the primal forces of nature and humanity. Their battles against the Olympians shook the heavens and redefined the cosmic order. It was not just a clash of titans, but a struggle that mirrored the eternal conflict within every soul. As generations passed, these tales transformed, breathing life into the spiritual practices that followed. Take Prometheus, the titan who defied Zeus to bring fire to humankind. This act of rebellion resonated through the ages, echoing in the narratives of figures who challenged divine authority for the sake of humanity. The fire symbolized knowledge, enlightenment, and the very essence of human spirit. In many modern faiths, the idea of a benevolent figure sacrificing everything for the greater good takes root in Prometheus's defiance. His story inspires countless followers to seek truth and wisdom, even in the face of divine wrath. The weight of Titan legacies also rests heavily on modern religious frameworks. The concept of duality, light and dark, good and evil, finds its roots in the Titan struggle. In ancient texts, the Titans represented chaos, while the Olympians symbolized order. This dichotomy transformed over centuries, influencing the creation of belief systems that grapple with moral ambiguity. In religions that preach the battle between light and darkness, the souls of titanic legends flicker on the edges, whispering their complex truths. Consider also the Titan Atlas, condemned to hold up the sky. His burden speaks volumes about human trials and tribulations. In Christianity, the narrative of carrying one's own cross resonates with Atlas's endless struggle. Modern spiritual paths often highlight the importance of bearing one's burdens, turning suffering into strength. Atlas's legacy lives on in every person striving to find purpose amid chaos, reminding them that they are not alone in their struggles. As the sun sets, casting a golden hue over ancient ruins, it's easy to feel the presence of these titans. Temples, once bustling with worshippers, now stand as silent witnesses to a time when gods walked among men. Yet, their stories continue to breathe life into the rituals practiced today. The reverence for nature, the reverence for the cosmos, can be traced back to those colossal beings who embodied the forces of creation and destruction. Modern spiritual movements often draw upon these ancient tales, blending them with contemporary beliefs. The cyclical nature of life and death, echoed in the Titan myths, finds its way into practices that emphasize rebirth and renewal. The earth, once seen as a playground for the Titans, is now cherished as a sacred entity. Environmentalism, too, carries the legacy of Titan worship, as followers seek to honor and protect the very world that their ancient predecessors once dominated. The stories of the Titans also laid the groundwork for the pantheon of gods that followed. As cultures evolved, the Titans morphed into deities representing various attributes of human experience. These gods became symbols of hope, love, and resilience. In the embrace of modern spirituality, one can see the fingerprints of Titans in the reverence for deities who embody these qualities. Their ancient narratives provide a wellspring of inspiration, fueling the quest for meaning in a world often filled with chaos. Across different cultures, the reverberations of Titan stories can be felt. In Hinduism, beings like Vishnu and Shiva echo the monumental presence of these ancient giants, symbolizing creation and destruction. The tales of their divine actions remind followers of the interconnectedness of life, a philosophy that resonates with the essence of Titan mythology. In each culture, the Titan's legacy is not merely a story of the past. It is a living, breathing force that shapes beliefs and values today. Each time a candle flickers in a temple or a prayer escapes from trembling lips, the Titans stir in their eternal slumber, their influence woven through the very essence of faith. The emotional weight of their stories connects past and present, creating a bridge that spans centuries. When communities gather to celebrate the cycles of life, they unknowingly pay homage to the Titans who once danced across the heavens, their power coursing through the veins of spirituality. As night blankets the world, the shadows of the Titans stretch far and wide, a gentle reminder of their indelible mark. In the quiet corners of modern spirituality, one can sense their presence, guiding seekers, igniting passions, and inspiring change. The legacy of these ancient beings is not confined to dusty tomes and forgotten temples. It pulses through the hearts of those who dare to dream, challenge, and rise against the odds. The question lingers in the air, heavy with possibility. What will the next chapter of this legacy write? Will humanity continue to draw strength from the tales of these mighty beings? As long as the sun rises and sets, as long as stories are told around flickering fires, the influence of the Titans will endure. A powerful current, ready to sweep those willing to engage in its depths. The connection remains unbroken, a continuous flow of energy between the past and the present, urging each soul to step forward and claim their place in the ongoing narrative of existence. Beneath the vast expanse of a night sky, two celestial giants glimmer with a promise. Jupiter, the king of the planets, radiates with wisdom, while Saturn, the master of discipline, casts a shadow of responsibility. Their dance in the cosmos has not only shaped the heavens but also the lives of billions on Earth. Each time they align, a spark ignites within the hearts of those who gaze up at them, igniting aspirations, guiding choices, and pushing souls toward transformation. As the sun sets, painting the horizon with hues of orange and purple, a young woman named Clara steps outside. The chill in the air brushes against her skin, but it's the glimmering stars that send shivers down her spine. Clara's heart beats in rhythm with the universe, echoing the gravitational pull of Jupiter and Saturn. She has always felt different, as if the cosmos were whispering secrets meant only for her. Tonight, their alignment feels potent, like the turning of a page in an ancient book of destiny. From the dawn of civilization, wise sages and stargazers have marveled at the influence of these two planets. Babylonian astronomers meticulously tracked their movements, believing them to be divine messengers. The Assyrians named Jupiter after their god Marduk, embodying the creativity, growth, and optimism he represented. Saturn, on the other hand, was associated with the god Ninurta, a figure of strength and perseverance. This duality of energies, expansive and constrictive, playful and serious, has been woven into the fabric of human experience since time immemorial. In the bustling streets of Rome, philosophers and astrologers debated the significance of celestial bodies. They believed that Jupiter would bless individuals with fortune and success, while Saturn taught the virtues of patience and hard work. Individuals born during these planetary cycles often found their lives marked by a unique blend of abundance and challenges. They were destined to navigate the highs and lows of existence, sculpting their destinies from the raw materials of experience. As Clara contemplates her own journey, she recalls the stories of those who came before her, brave souls who faced adversity with the tenacity of Saturn and embraced the joys of life with the exuberance of Jupiter. One stormy night, Clara's grandfather shared tales of his own struggles, revealing how the planets influenced his path. With each word, Clara's heart swells. His hardships, once insurmountable, became stepping stones, shaping him into the man he was. He spoke of Saturn's lessons, how responsibility weighed heavily on his shoulders but also granted him the strength to rise above the noise of despair. The twinkle in his eyes mirrored the stars above, as if he carried their wisdom within him. Jupiter's influence, he explained, was a beacon of hope, urging him to dream big and chase those dreams with relentless passion. Clara felt a stirring within her, a deep-seated understanding that her own life was a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of these celestial forces. As the alignment of Jupiter and Saturn approaches, Clara is drawn into a whirlwind of emotions. She finds herself at a crossroad, wrestling with choices that feel monumental. The ambitions that once felt distant now loom large, each whispering her name, beckoning her forward. The weight of Saturn's discipline anchors her, reminding her that every dream requires hard work and perseverance. Yet, the jubilant energy of Jupiter dances like fireflies in her mind, illuminating her desires and urging her to take risks. She is caught in a beautiful tension, a cosmic tug-of-war that fuels her spirit. Around her, life unfolds in strange and wondrous ways. Friends embark on their paths, each uniquely influenced by the cosmic duo. Emily, who once hesitated in the shadows, now steps boldly into her truth, fueled by Jupiter's fiery encouragement. Meanwhile, Marcus, steadfast and dedicated, embodies Saturnian resilience, overcoming setbacks with grace. Clara watches, feeling the magnetic pull of their journeys intertwining with her own. Each story, a thread in the grand tapestry of existence, echoes the lessons of the stars. As Clara looks to the heavens, the clouds part, revealing the brilliance of Jupiter and Saturn side by side. The sight sends a surge of energy coursing through her veins, igniting a passion she can no longer ignore. She knows this moment is pivotal. The planets are urging her to harness their power, to trust in the guidance they offer. The past cannot be changed, but the future is hers to mold. With each heartbeat, the weight of potential hangs in the air, heavy with promise and possibility. In a quiet moment of reflection, Clara pauses to consider her past failures. The times she hesitated, the opportunities she let slip away, all shadows cast by Saturn's stern gaze. Yet, within those shadows, she finds the seeds of growth, the lessons learned that have shaped her character. Jupiter's light shines down, illuminating the path ahead, reminding her that every setback is simply a setup for a comeback. She feels the emotions swell within her: fear, hope, determination, all intertwined like the orbits of the planets above. As she stands in the stillness of that night, Clara feels a shift. The energies of Jupiter and Saturn blend within her, igniting a fiery resolve. She knows that her personal development is not just about achieving a destination, but about embracing the journey, the struggles, and the triumphs that come with it. The stars seem to nod in agreement, whispering the stories of countless souls who have walked this path before her, each one touched by the dual influences of expansion and limitation. The night deepens, and Clara feels the pull of destiny urging her forward. She takes a breath, feeling the excitement of the unknown wash over her. With Jupiter and Saturn guiding her, she is ready to step boldly into the future, each moment intertwined with the essence of the cosmos. The celestial giants above continue their eternal dance, and Clara's heart beats in sync, forever changed by their influence. As she takes her first step into the unfolding narrative of her life, the stars shimmer in approval, leaving behind a trail of stardust, a reminder that she is never alone on this cosmic journey. The night sky shimmers with 1,000 pinpricks of light, each one a story waiting to be told. Among these celestial bodies, two giants loom large: Jupiter and Saturn. Their dance a cosmic ballet that has captivated humankind for ages. When these two planets align, the world feels a shift, a stir in the very fabric of existence. It's a moment ripe with promise, yet steeped in the weight of history. The energy in the air crackles, an electric anticipation that sends shivers down the spine and ignites the imagination. As the ancient sages gazed into the heavens, they noticed patterns, cycles that echoed through time. Every 20 years, Jupiter and Saturn would meet in the night sky, marking the beginning of a new era. It was more than mere astronomy. It was a celestial clock, ticking away the moments of life, each transit a harbinger of change. The last grand conjunction before the dawn of the new millennium in 2000 was a spectacle, a cosmic event that shook the very foundations of human thought and aspiration. For many, it heralded the end of an age, a turning point that was felt in the bones and hearts of those attuned to the universe's whispers. Fast forward to December 2020, when the two planets reunited in the sign of Aquarius, a moment that seemed to hold the weight of generations. In the flickering light of a winter's afternoon, people gathered in living rooms and backyards, their faces turned upward, eyes glistening with hope and anxiety. This wasn't just another conjunction. It was a promise of innovation and change, a call to rise and embrace the future. The air was thick with dreams, and the horizon shimmered with possibilities yet unseen. History had a way of repeating itself, but this time it felt different, more urgent. The world had been through turmoil, and now, beneath that celestial embrace, there was a collective yearning for healing and rebirth. Historically, this particular transit has been seen as a catalyst for social movements and technological breakthroughs. The 1980s, marked by the conjunction in Libra, saw voices rising for freedom and equality, while the 2000s ushered in a wave of digital revolution. Each meeting of Jupiter and Saturn spins a tapestry of human experience, weaving ambition and vision into the very fabric of society. As the planets align, a cosmic signal flashes, a reminder that humanity is inextricably linked with the stars. In the shadow of this astrological phenomenon, individuals find themselves at a crossroads. Decisions loom like a dense fog, thickening with each passing moment as the influence of these giants becomes palpable. Careers shift, relationships evolve, and passions ignite. There's a magnetic pull, as if the universe is whispering, urging everyone to step forward, to claim their destiny. The fear of the unknown mingles with the thrill of possibility, creating an intoxicating brew that stirs the soul. To resist it feels like fighting against a tidal wave. To embrace it is to ride the crest, screaming in exhilaration as the world rushes by. Amidst this backdrop of cosmic significance, the stories of those touched by these transits unfold like petals unfurling in the morning sun. A young artist, inspired by the Aquarian energy, picks up a brush and paints visions of a brighter future. A scientist, driven by the innovative spirit of Jupiter, uncovers a breakthrough that could change the course of medicine. Each life, each moment becomes a thread woven into the larger tapestry of existence, resonating with the rhythm of the universe. Yet, the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is not just about new beginnings. It carries within it the weight of responsibility. The questions loom larger than life, echoing in the minds of those who are aware. What will they make of this opportunity? How will they shape the world in the years to come? The tension grows, a palpable energy that forces introspection, as each person stands at the threshold of the unknown. The choices made during this time can echo across generations, laying the groundwork for the world that will unfold. As the planets drift apart in the night sky, the effects of their union linger. The changes set into motion during these transits ripple like stones cast into a still pond, spreading outward to touch lives in ways both profound and subtle. Communities begin to shift, new alliances form, and the old ways of thinking are challenged. Ideas that once felt impossible begin to take root and flourish. The pulse of the collective heart quickens, spurred on by the energetic embrace of the cosmic giants. In this time of transition, the past whispers its stories, urging those living in the present to remember the lessons learned. The conjunction serves as a mirror, reflecting not only the aspirations of the future, but also the shadows of history that must be confronted. The wise ones remind the seekers that growth comes not from ignoring the darkness, but from embracing it, transforming it into something beautiful and light-filled. The universe, in all its vastness, becomes a canvas for the human experience. Each transit unfolds like a chapter in a grand narrative, a saga that has continued for millennia. As the light of Jupiter dances with the rings of Saturn, it reminds everyone of their shared journey, their intertwined destinies. Hope and fear, despair and joy, they swirl together, creating a rich tapestry of life that reflects both the challenges and triumphs of being human. And so, the cycle continues, with the stars above forever spinning in their majestic dance. As the echoes of the past blend seamlessly with the present, the future awaits, filled with infinite possibilities, each one more alluring than the last. Those attuned to the celestial rhythms feel the weight of it all, of dreams unfulfilled, of paths yet to be walked, and of the unyielding march of time. The night sky, with its shimmering constellations, holds the promise of what lies ahead, beckoning all to step forward into the unknown and embrace their place within the grand design of the cosmos. In the cool shadows of the ancient temples, a flickering light dances on stone walls, revealing intricate carvings of celestial bodies. It whispers stories of mighty gods and their cosmic battles, tales that have persisted through centuries, binding cultures together in a tapestry of belief and wonder. The night sky, a velvety canvas, showcases the brilliance of Jupiter and Saturn, two titans, their presence evoking awe and reverence in every corner of the globe. In Roman mythology, Jupiter reigns supreme as the king of the gods, a thunderbolt in his hand, embodying power and authority. His gaze penetrates the heavens, commanding the storm and guiding the stars. The Romans believed he was not merely a god but a protector, a watchful father overseeing the fate of empires. Citizens would gather on sun-drenched afternoons in the Forum, their hearts pounding with hope and fear, whispering prayers to Jupiter. A plea for victory in battle, a request for mercy in times of drought. His immortal spirit infused the very soil they tilled, a constant reminder that their lives were intricately connected to the heavens above. Across the globe, in the far reaches of Mesopotamia, Saturn looms large, shrouded in mystery. The Babylonians revered him as a god of time and agriculture, crafting myths that echoed through the ages. They believed Saturn held the key to the cycle of life, the rhythm of planting and harvesting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, farmers would gather, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps, recounting the stories of Saturn's wisdom. They believed that pleasing him would yield bountiful crops, while angering him would bring famine. The weight of this belief hung in the air, palpable and powerful, like the fragrant aroma of freshly turned earth. As dusk settled, the echoes of ancient chants filled the air, crossing continents and cultures. In Hindu mythology, Jupiter transforms into Brihaspati, the divine priest, the embodiment of wisdom and eloquence. His presence is felt in every sacred ceremony, guiding the minds of scholars and the hearts of seekers. Devotees, adorned in vibrant saris and crisp white dhotis, gathered in temples, their voices rising in heartfelt prayers, seeking guidance from the celestial being. He was more than a god. He was a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine, a teacher illuminating the path to knowledge and understanding. In the far north, the Norse sagas tell of Saturn's counterpart, a figure both feared and respected. Known as Loki, he dances between mischief and wisdom, a shapeshifter whose laughter echoes through the fjords. The tales reveal a complex relationship with the cosmos, where chaos and order collide. The Vikings stared into the night sky, their hearts racing with the possibility of encountering Loki's spirit in the shimmering northern lights, a reminder that the universe was alive with stories waiting to be told. In Africa, under the vastness of the Milky Way, the Dogon people of Mali revered Saturn, calling it Sigi Tolo. They believed it held the secret of creation, a celestial being guiding their existence. The Dogon priests, wise and enigmatic, shared knowledge of the stars that seemed to transcend time and space. Their voices were thick with the weight of tradition, as they recounted the legends of the Namo, ancestral spirits linked to the cosmos. Each story was a thread in the intricate fabric of their culture, pulling the community together in a dance of reverence for the celestial forces that shaped their lives. As the sun rises and sets, Jupiter and Saturn continue to haunt the dreams of countless generations. In Chinese mythology, Jupiter is recognized as the wood star, a symbol of benevolence and growth. The ancient scholars observed its movements, aligning their lives with its cycles, believing that the wood star's position could influence fortune and harmony in the world. Families gathered for festivals, their laughter ringing through the streets, each moment steeped in the hope that Jupiter would smile upon them, ushering in a time of prosperity and peace. The tension between Jupiter and Saturn exists not merely in the heavens, but in the very essence of humanity. The duality of their natures, one representing expansion and growth, the other restriction and discipline, mirrors our own struggles. In Greek mythology, their stories intertwine, revealing a shared legacy. Zeus, the Greek equivalent of Jupiter, and Cronus, the Titan representing Saturn, become entwined in a cosmic narrative filled with conflict, wisdom, and eventual reconciliation. The Greeks, who gazed at the night sky, felt the pulse of these gods in their everyday lives, their dramas unfolding in the ebb and flow of existence. Even in the Americas, ancient civilizations constructed grand structures to honor these celestial giants. The Mayans, with their intricate calendars, meticulously charted the movements of Jupiter and Saturn. They believed that these planets held the keys to understanding time itself, their cycles influencing agriculture, warfare, and spirituality. In hushed tones, the elders would gather under the starlit sky, passing on tales steeped in wisdom, with every story binding the community closer together. As dusk blankets the world, the air thickens with the weight of these stories, echoing through history. The flickering stars seem to hold the breath of countless lives intertwined, vibrating with emotion and tension. Every culture, every era, finds its reflections in the celestial dance of Jupiter and Saturn, where the celestial and the terrestrial meet, creating a profound connection that resonates through time. The stories never truly end. Instead, they spiral into an endless loop, each whisper of the past echoing in the present, urging humanity to look up at the night sky and wonder, what stories will you take from the ancient myths, and how will they shape your understanding of the cosmos? The stars wait, shimmering with the promise of more. In the vast, silent expanse of space, two magnificent giants float majestically: Jupiter, a swirling masterpiece of raging storms and vibrant colors, and Saturn, adorned with its iconic rings, a cosmic wonder that captures the imagination. Both planets have long beckoned humanity with their mysteries, and the quests to understand them have sparked a symphony of technological and scientific triumphs that resonate throughout history. The first glimpse of these celestial wonders came not from powerful telescopes or spacecraft, but from the minds of curious astronomers who dared to dream. Galileo Galilei, perched in his dimly lit study in 1610, turned his primitive telescope towards the skies. With every eye-watering detail he observed, from Jupiter's 4 largest moons to its swirling storms, a spark ignited in the hearts of those who would follow in his footsteps. The realization that Earth was not the center of the universe transformed humanity's place in the cosmos, igniting a thirst for knowledge that would span centuries. Fast forward to the late 20th century, when the Voyager spacecraft soared through the darkness, each passing moment filled with the electric thrill of discovery. As Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 danced past the gas giants, they recorded stunning images and data that shattered preconceived notions. The vibrant, tumultuous clouds of Jupiter revealed their secrets, showcasing a planet rich with storms like the Great Red Spot, a raging tempest that could swallow Earth whole. The sheer scale of Jupiter's atmosphere, with winds that howl at hundreds of miles per hour, sent shivers down the spines of scientists and dreamers alike. But it wasn't just Jupiter's might that captivated the world. Saturn, with its ethereal rings, held its own mystique. When Voyager beamed back images of those delicate ice particles glistening against the backdrop of the cosmos, hearts raced. The rings, seemingly fragile, were revealed to be complex structures formed over billions of years, and the realization that moons like Enceladus, spewing plumes of water vapor, might harbor ocean worlds beneath their icy crusts ignited imaginations. The thought of alien life, hidden away in the frigid darkness, danced through minds like a haunting melody. Then came the Hubble Space Telescope, a monumental leap in technology that allowed for unprecedented observations. Images of swirling storms, deep blue hues, and intricate atmospheric features brought Jupiter and Saturn into sharper focus. Scientists marveled at the stunning storms, the way lightning crackled in Jupiter's clouds, illuminating the darkness like celestial fireworks. The violent beauty of these planets reflected not just their physical attributes, but the raw power of nature itself, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who dared to gaze into their depths. As the years passed, the Cassini mission took flight, a golden miracle of engineering that slipped into orbit around Saturn in 2004. With each passing day, it sent back breathtaking images and data that unraveled the enigmatic nature of the ring giant. The stunning flybys of Titan, Saturn's largest moon, revealed a world shrouded in mystery, with lakes of liquid methane reflecting a hauntingly beautiful orange hue. Scientists gasped, their hearts racing at the thought of what lay beneath Titan's thick atmosphere. The echoes of possibility reverberated throughout the scientific community. Could life exist in such alien conditions? It was an exhilarating time, filled with tension and the promise of the unknown. Each discovery felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of excitement that united people across the globe in a shared wonder. The merging of art and science became evident with every image released, each one telling a story that transcended mere data. Jupiter's storms, Saturn's rings, and the icy moons transformed into characters in a cosmic drama that played out on a stage beyond the reach of human hands. Yet, as humanity's understanding grew, so too did the questions. What lay beneath the clouds of Jupiter? What forces churned within its massive core? And how did Saturn's rings evolve over millions of years? The tension in the air grew thick with anticipation, each mission and each breakthrough hinting at a deeper mystery waiting to be unveiled. The narrative of these planets continued to unfold, propelled by missions like Juno, which sailed into Jupiter's orbit in 2016, sending back data that painted a picture of a planet rich in complexity. Scientists were captivated by the magnetic fields and the stunning auroras that danced around the poles, illuminating the night sky in brilliant colors. Each new piece of information was like a puzzle falling into place, revealing a cosmic tapestry woven with threads of gas, ice, and light. As the clock ticked forward, the exploration of these gas giants became a race against time and technology. The tension built, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the next leap into the unknown. With every launch, every calculated risk, there was a hope that humanity might finally grasp the full extent of these wondrous worlds. Would the next mission unlock the secrets hidden in the swirling clouds of Jupiter or the icy depths of Saturn's moons? The excitement was palpable, a tangible energy that surged through the scientific community. Ideas flowed like currents in the atmosphere, sparking dreams of future missions that could probe even deeper. Advanced technologies began to take shape, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Scientists and engineers collaborated, their hearts beating as one in pursuit of knowledge, driven by the same passion that had inspired Galileo centuries before. Would the stars reveal their secrets to those who dared to reach for them? As the future loomed, the promise of more discoveries hung in the air, tantalizingly close yet just out of reach. The narrative of Jupiter and Saturn was far from complete, a story still being written among the stars. Enthralling possibilities lingered, whispering of alien oceans, unknown storms, and the profound mysteries of the cosmos. The journey of understanding these incredible planets continued, each moment an exhilarating blend of fear, hope, and unyielding curiosity, leading humanity ever forward into the great beyond. The air crackled with tension, as if the very fabric of reality shuddered beneath the weight of unseen forces. In a small, dimly lit room, candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, each flame a tiny witness to the murmurings of fate. Words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of change and upheaval. A gathering of minds sat encircled, their faces etched with anticipation, ready to confront the age-old contest for divine supremacy. Throughout history, the struggle for divine power has woven itself into the very tapestry of human existence. From the fierce pantheon of Greek gods, each battling for their slice of reverence, to the monotheistic rise that reshaped entire civilizations, the quest for divine authority has never waned. And now, whispers of a new chapter began to swirl, echoing through the annals of time. In the shadows, a figure loomed, draped in robes that seemed to shimmer with the weight of ancient knowledge. His voice, a low rumble, spoke of prophecies long forgotten. He foretold of a coming age, one where humanity would redefine its relationship with the divine. What if the gods themselves were not the ultimate arbiters of truth? What if, instead, they were mere reflections of humanity's own desires and fears? Gasps punctuated the stillness as the words sank in, stirring a fire within the hearts of those present. As the flames flickered higher, illuminating the eager faces before him, the figure spoke of a world where belief itself became the new currency. He described a future where spiritual leaders could rise, not from ancient lineages or grand temples, but from the everyday lives of the people. Imagine, he urged, an era where the power of faith is no longer confined to the elite. The voice of the masses could reshape the very heavens. In the unfolding narrative of this potential future, echoes of the past resonated, like the ancient Egyptians who revered their pharaohs as gods on earth, or the fierce battles of the Crusades, each side believing their faith was the one true path. History revealed a cyclical dance, where power shifted like sand in an hourglass, slipping away from those who clung too tightly. And so, the room buzzed with speculations, a maelstrom of ideas and visions. One voice broke through the cacophony, recalling the spirit of the French Revolution, the fervor that ignited the hearts of the people, driving them to overthrow kings and tyrants, was a vivid reminder that the masses could challenge divine right itself. "What if," she interjected, her eyes alight with fervor, "the divine struggle is not merely about gods and men, but about the very essence of freedom? Could we forge new beliefs that empower rather than oppress?" The sparks of such thoughts ignited an emotional wildfire. Faces turned bright with hope and fear, laughter and tears intertwined as they envisioned a reality where even the gods could tremble before the collective will of humanity. Would this new era usher in an age of enlightenment, where compassion and unity reigned? Or would it spiral into chaos, a battleground of ideologies clashing like thunder in a storm? Outside, the moon hung low, a luminous orb casting silvery beams through the window, illuminating the gathering like a divine audience. The world beyond remained oblivious to this sacred discourse, unaware of the seismic shifts brewing within. Yet, history had shown that such gatherings could spark revolutions that would echo through the ages. The great philosophers and mystics of yore, Socrates, Buddha, Muhammad, had once ignited similar flames, each leaving an indelible mark on the collective consciousness. The figure resumed his oration, now drawing upon ancient texts, mystical symbols, and celestial alignments. He spoke of celestial bodies and their movements, how they had once dictated the fates of empires. "The stars," he declared, "have always been our guides, but what if we too can be stars in our own right?" His words reverberated, challenging the very notion of predestination. Could humanity claim its narrative, rewriting the story of the divine struggle as a tale of empowerment rather than submission? Laughter danced through the room, mingling with the weight of solemnity. A man rose, eyes blazing with passion, as he spoke of social media's role in this evolving battle for belief. "We are no longer passive receivers of doctrine. We can share, challenge, and transform belief systems in real time." His enthusiasm was contagious, igniting a fire within the hearts of all present. They began to envision a digital age where each voice mattered, creating a collective consciousness that could rise against tyranny of any form, divine or otherwise. As the night deepened, the candle flames flickered like the heartbeat of the gathering, pulsing with energy and anticipation. The discourse wove in and out, reflections on the past intertwined with predictions for the future, each idea a step closer to a profound realization. They understood that the divine power struggle was evolving. The line between the sacred and the secular blurred in the face of innovation and connectivity. And so, they dared to dream, to imagine a world where the divine could be redefined as a celebration of humanity rather than a battleground. visions of compassion and love, intertwined with the threads of justice and equality, painted a vivid tapestry that filled their hearts with determination. As the discussions ebbed and flowed, they realized that in their hands lay the potential to write the next chapter of humanity's saga. A tale not of conquerors and subjugators, but of a collective awakening. But beyond the walls of the room, the world remained indifferent, its machinations continuing unabated. As they forged ahead, the specter of doubt loomed, a reminder that with great power comes great responsibility. Would their dreams of unity and empowerment be enough to withstand the trials that lay ahead? The flickering candles seemed to hold their breath, mirroring the uncertainty that clung to the air. The night stretched on, alive with possibility, as the future of the divine power struggle hung tantalizingly in the balance. A thrilling cliffhanger awaiting the next twist in the eternal narrative of existence. The sky rumbled ominously, a tapestry of swirling clouds cloaking the heavens, as two celestial titans, Jupiter and Saturn, prepared for their eternal duel. In the annals of time, this confrontation has echoed through the ages, each clash a symphony of power and dominance, thrilling humanity's imagination. As the ancient Romans looked up, they saw the distinct dance of the two planets, each casting its glow, each embodying forces that would shape destinies and define empires. Jupiter, the mighty king of the gods, symbolized authority, growth, and abundance. His presence invoked feelings of ambition and prosperity. With his sprawling storms and vibrant colors, he called forth visionaries and conquerors, those who sought to expand their horizons and build great legacies. Saturn, in stark contrast, wore the cloak of the sage, the old deity of time and harvest. He reminded onlookers of the bittersweet passage of life, a harbinger of lessons learned through sacrifice and struggle. Each time they approached, it was as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath, waiting to see which force would prevail. In ancient Greece, philosophers sought wisdom by tracking the movements of these celestial giants. As they gazed at the night sky, they believed the planets influenced human fate, igniting wars or nurturing peace, depending on their alignment. The clash of Jupiter and Saturn wasn't merely an astral event. It was a reflection of human nature itself. Ambition battled with patience. Growth collided with limitation. It was a profound commentary woven into the very fabric of existence. Then came the Renaissance, a time when art and intellect flourished, illuminating the dark corners of ignorance. Scholars and artists observed the skies with awe, interpreting the dance of Jupiter and Saturn as a divine dialogue. Artists like Michelangelo infused their works with the tension of this cosmic rivalry, capturing the duality of human experience. Glorious aspiration tempered by inevitable decline. The power of this celestial confrontation wasn't lost on the great thinkers of the time. It was as if they could see their hopes and fears mirrored among the stars. As history marched on, the significance of this celestial battle reverberated through the ages. During the Industrial Revolution, when humanity sought to conquer the Earth, ambitions soared to heights unimaginable. Jupiter's influence was felt in the factories, in the relentless pursuit of progress. Yet, Saturn's shadow danced around them, a reminder of the toll of their rapid advancements. As smoke billowed from chimneys and machines clanged, the balance between unchecked growth and the wisdom of restraint became painfully apparent. Lives were dedicated to the pursuit of prosperity, but at what cost? The echoes of this conflict resonated in the hearts of those who toiled, a testament to the ever-timeless relevance of the celestial clash. In more recent times, the cosmic rivalry has taken on fresh meaning. The space age dawned with the promise of new frontiers, as humanity aimed for the stars. Scientists and dreamers turned their eyes skyward, captivated by the idea of exploration. Yet, even amid this soaring ambition, the specter of Saturn loomed large. Questions of sustainability, ethical boundaries, and the responsibility that comes with such power. The confrontation of Jupiter and Saturn became a metaphor for the choices humanity faces: to chase unbridled growth or to honor the delicate balance of existence. As the seasons changed, so did the circumstances surrounding this celestial rivalry. Each conjunction, a rare moment when the two planets appeared close together, unleashed a wave of human emotion. Hearts raced as people gazed upward, feeling the surge of hope and possibility in the air. But with each conjunction, there was also an undercurrent of anxiety, a reminder of the fragility of human aspiration. The brightest visions can quickly dim in the face of harsh realities, and those who dared to dream faced a reckoning with the consequences of their choices. The most recent conjunction in December 2020 was particularly poignant. As the world grappled with a global pandemic, people sought solace in the night sky, believing that the meeting of Jupiter and Saturn would usher in a new era. Huddled on rooftops and in backyards, they reflected on their struggles and hopes, feeling the tug-of-war between ambition and caution. The sense of unity in witnessing this cosmic event was palpable, a collective acknowledgement of shared dreams and fears. Despite the darkness of the times, the light of those planets shone brightly, a beacon of possibility amid uncertainty. And now, as the ages continue to unfold, the cycle persists. The eternal confrontation between Jupiter and Saturn remains a powerful narrative that resonates not just in the heavens, but within every human heart. With each rise and fall of these celestial bodies, stories of triumph and despair are penned into the chronicles of life. The interplay of aspirations and limitations, growth and decay, remains timeless and relevant. What lies ahead as the planets shift and dance once again? The answer may be hidden in the stars, or perhaps it dwells within the hearts of those who gaze upward in wonder. With each new generation, the stories of Jupiter and Saturn intertwine with the fabric of humanity, igniting the flames of creativity and reflection. The tension between these two forces will continue to fuel the dreams of countless souls, urging them to confront the challenges that lie ahead, to aspire, to grapple, to exist in the beautiful chaos of life. In every heart, the eternal whisper of this cosmic ballet beckons, drawing mankind closer to the understanding that no journey is ever truly finished. The dance of Jupiter and Saturn will persist, forever echoing the indomitable spirit of humanity, forever entwined with the fabric of time. And as the stars twinkle above, they remind all who look up that this confrontation is not just celestial. It is profoundly human.